Relatively.
You know everybody.
The time is 10 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Notice the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD Outlets newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on November 10th, 2023. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones and cell phones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all-committee meeting today. We will take public comment at the board meeting on Thursday, November 16th, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events by going to OPPD.com. Joining me today in person are my fellow board members, Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Denise Molhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon. Matt Gore will not be in attendance today. We also have members of the executive leadership team, our general counsel, Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have 22 attendees in the meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. Today we'll be here the following committee reports. Governance report from Director Bogner, Customer and Public Engagement report from Director Howard, Finance report from Director Spurgeon, Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight report from Director Moody. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I'm going to ask Josh Clark to do the physical safety briefing here for those of us present in the room, and then I'll follow up with psychological safety and focus for Josh.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to our huddle space. Thank you for attending. As typically we do, we'll start with a quick safety briefing. For everyone's awareness, right outside the doors here to the conference room, you'll find first aid equipment, fire suppression materials, as well as emergency exits. In the event of bad weather, which thankfully I don't think we have to worry about today, we would evacuate to the stairwells where we would take shelter. In the event of an evacuation of the building itself, I'd ask to use the nearest exits and then for us all to meet in the back parking lot for accountability reasons and make sure that everybody is safe. Also, what we typically say is if you're not feeling well, hopefully you're not here today, you're at home getting that rest, staying hydrated, and staying up to date with your doctor's visits to make sure that you're happy and healthy. As always, we always recommend watching out for any environmental hazards. Trips and falls will get you to the ER pretty quick. And then finally, during any type of emergency type of situation, please be aware of the run, hide, fight philosophy that we typically do. Luckily, also, for your awareness, the bulk of the security team is actually in the building today, behind the rooms here in some conference rooms, dealing with a training exercise. So luckily, you have a lot of people accessible to you in the event of any type of emergency. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the president and have a great meeting.
Thank you, Josh. I'm going to focus on psychological safety. I was reflecting a few days ago, and I was thinking about what a privilege we have to work in this electric utility industry. And we oftentimes talk about it as a sector in the economy, but really the sector that powers the entire economy. In our Power in the Future to 2050, we have one of our pillars of work is a future-ready posture. And we often talk about an ambidextrous organization, one that we can focus on the present, powering the present, keeping the lights on literally at this very second, and then the luxury we have to think about 30 years from now. And I really cannot think of many other industries where you get to play in both worlds simultaneously. And that is just a luxury that I think we all have here, that we are shaping the future. And on that shaping of the future, having a culture of curiosity, asking thoughtful questions about what will the future hold for us and how do we continue to power the present is an essential element of this psychological safety we have at OPPD. So I encourage all of us again to approach to this conversation with a culture of curiosity, respectfully seeking to understand. We're going to talk about many things. We have a few strategic directive monitoring reports to hear. Listen from staff. We have the preliminary corporate operating plan. Lots of material for today, and I encourage all of us to approach this with that culture of curiosity. If you have questions, if you want to poke a little bit more, drill a little bit more. I think that's very, very important for us to continue to do the work that we do really well. Next slide, please. Our focus for November, again, the work area protection, where we continue to work really hard at OPPD at all the sites we have. Protecting the work area continues to be a very, very important piece here. A lot of the times the work that we do requires us to put cones and signs to let other people know that we're working around sometimes dangerous equipment. So that's a focus for our team. Fighting fatigue with days getting shorter. There's another element of fatigue with fewer daytime hours, and that contributes to fatigue. So it's something that we need to be very aware of. If our teams are feeling fatigued and not in the moment and present, we need to make sure we stop work. And then we take the rest that we need to. And looking at for each other, this is something that I am very proud of at OPPD. We have a culture where it could be tempting, and we're going to talk about budget later on. It could be tempting to, in order for us to save dollars, to have a lot of our employees go out and just single person crews to go out and work on site. And for the most part, we try to prevent that as much as we can, because working together, looking out for each other is very, very important. I think that's part of our culture of safety, and it's something that we're focusing on, asking our teams to focus in. So with that, I conclude.
Great, thanks very much. Our first committee is the Governance Committee. Dr. Bogner.
All right, the governance committee met on November 9th at 8 a.m. And we had a fairly full agenda. We'll talk about a couple of these items today. So items 3 and 4 will be on the later here in the slide deck. But we also spent some time working through the board work plan. We reviewed and discussed and then applied some priorities to some of the items that have come out of our board workshop, so that we can start to work towards those things. We did end up tabling item 6, the board training plan. Mainly our conversations from the other items extended into this time, and our full committee wasn't present, so we're going to take this item back up in December. And we also reviewed the calendar. So if we move on now to our next item, is the severance agreement. So.
Mr. Rainey is going to do that. Michael Brunel is not in person here. She's traveling for work. So Jerry Rainey has graciously agreed to present this for us. Thank you, Jerry.
Yes, sir. Good morning. As most of you are aware, at June 16th of 2016, we ceased operations at OPPD's Fort Calhoun facility by direction of the board of directors, who had voted on that on June 16th. After we had closed Fort Calhoun, we actually began a severance package and a severance program. That severance program was for all exempt employees that were attached to the Fort Calhoun station, as well as all of local 763, 1483, and 31. We did memorandums of understanding for that. As of November 1st, 2023, we have one severance package to report as a result of the decommissioning. That severance agreement involved a payment that exceeds the $50,000. So therefore, is subject to the requirement of reporting to the board under section 84.713. The severance agreement is available for inspection. If anyone would like to see that, the office of the corporate secretary. The position was a principal engineer, and the total severance was $109,700, $109,703.31.
We talked about this during our committee meeting. I think there were a couple of good questions that came up. One was some clarification around whether this position we needed to backfill because there was still work to be done, and that's not the case. This person stayed on board as long as we needed him at Fort Calhoun, and was ready to go. Any questions?
Not a question, just a thanks to this person for fulfilling his role. Those of us who've been on the decommissioning meetings know the difficulties they've had, the challenges that they've addressed, and so really appreciate the significant work he did to move things along, make it happen.
All right, next on our agenda here, SD 12, monitoring report. Ms. Brown?
Oh, good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Brown, the CIO at OPPD. I'm very pleased to be here this morning to talk about Strategic Directive 12, Information Management and Security. So this directive really is important in terms of how we protect the organization, its assets, environment, data, everything inclusive in here. And I really appreciate the board establishing this strategic directive. And how we think about this is that it really stands for being secure, protecting our customers, managing risk, and being compliant. That's kind of how we take a look at the strategic directive. Why I can't say that this morning. So here we have those components: information security, customer privacy, records management, and compliance, and the statements made within Strategic Directive 12 on the slide here. I'm going to jump to the next slide and get into the different components of the strategic directive. As we've done in the past, we're going to talk about those that are ongoing controls. Those are really important. They are the core foundational components of the strategic directive in terms of how we meet its requirements or asks. And then we have new initiatives and controls that we use to build so we stay current and moving forward in this space so we can leverage those ongoing controls to build the future. That I'm going to jump to the next slide. So we've broken this out by the different components, as you can see. So information security. So the objective here is around protecting our print, electronic, and any other forms of information data that we have. This is around disclosure, misuse, destruction, modification. All of those components come into this realm. So from an ongoing controls perspective, we leverage different procedures and technologies to do this, and we keep advancing those capabilities, keeping current with what's going on out there. We identify and mitigate vulnerabilities. That's a big deal. Vulnerabilities exist in many different ways. Identifying them and identifying how to mitigate those is really important, and we continue to do that on an ongoing basis. We do regular cybersecurity incident response exercises. It's just mentioned this morning by Josh that we're doing one. So that's underway as we speak. And then we work with different partners in the different industries. So that could be different utilities, that can be the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security. Those are really important to us, and that's a sharing of information from us to them and them to us. Those partnerships are huge in this space. We continue to strengthen our security awareness with a focus on phishing. I'm going to pause on phishing for a moment. It's one of the most challenging aspects for any company in terms of email and what can happen. And people are getting really good in the phishing space. They continue to evolve, and we continue to evolve with them. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. And then through training and communications, we continue to raise the awareness for our employees around all things security. Move to the next slide. Customer privacy, another key component of this SD. So we have ongoing controls of how we protect customer privacy. As you can see, the objectives listed here that talk about how to protect this and what those components are. We have the ongoing controls that address this. So we have an identity theft program that we've had in place for many years, starting in 2008, 2009 timeframe. This program allows us to look at the things we're doing to protect our customer information, the different things that we do from a proactive to a reactive for our customers. This could be scamming or other things that are happening out there. And we ensure every year we review a management report that comes out that lists the activities and what we've done, and then identify what we need to do differently as we go forward or continue to do as we move along. Customer service and public affairs, they continue to partner to provide customer information and communications based on what's happening out there. So this is once again a very evolving landscape. Those teams do a phenomenal job of taking care of our customers in this space. And then we continue to increase education around these types of things and leverage those applications such as Nextdoor to keep public information out there in front of our customer homes around this topic, around this space. Next up, we have records management. And this is a systematic control of the creation, capture, identification, receipt, all of those components of our OPPD records in accordance with legal requirements. So from an ongoing perspective, we continue to strengthen what we're doing from a records management collaboration across the organization. It's very key because there are records across this entire company. That collaboration and understanding across the organization about the import of the records and what needs to happen. We grow that. The information that we do with records management around training and practices, we continue to build on that, and the procedures and processes for how we archive and destroy those records and maintain our retention processes. Once again, we leverage partnerships in this space. We're involved with different organizations and government entities, so we stay connected. And I will say in some of my CIO conversations, this is a very active conversation because many organizations are challenged by what's happening in the records management space, so we exchange a lot of information in this realm. And then we continue to improve our processes just in general in the records management space. And we support the Fort Calhoun nuclear decommissioning and their records management work and utility operations. That's a very collaborative effort. Moving to the next component, which is compliance. So we comply with contractual and legal requirements through the use of technical controls and system audits and legal review. So we have ongoing controls in this space where we continue to build and inform how we're doing compliance across the enterprise in terms of the management of it, and we do identification attestations of those controls and compliance. So we continue down that path. We're engaging employees, legal counsel, and other entities to stay abreast in this space. So we have a wide group of different people that we are talking with about compliance, and that can come in many forms and many ways, which help inform how we are moving in this direction in coordination across the organization. And then in our contracting process, we continue to ensure that the way we are forming contracts in coordination with supply chain management meets those compliance aspects. And we've done a lot of work in that space to ensure that when we engage third parties, they meet our compliance standards. And then we have internal and external audits that happen on a regular basis that we take management and we address those things that get identified, and we continue to do those things that are measured to be in good standing. So now, that was the ongoing control. Now let's move to the really meat of this. Progress in 2023. Information security. So the training, I want to talk about phishing here for a moment. So we have fantastic support in this organization for what we're doing with phishing. We send out training every quarter that our employees take. We really impress upon all the employees. The executive team is very helpful in this regard, the importance of that training. And why it is so important is because it's so timely. We are taking training that is timely to what is happening in the environments that bad actors are moving. We put that training in front of people and we try to get them to take it as soon as possible. And we have different ways that we address if someone can find a path to do the phishing exercise and they put it through in a way that isn't what we want them to do, which results in more training. And the awareness and the movement in this direction is huge. Every employee I talk to mentions how we're doing this in terms of I start to inquire about it and they appreciate it, although sometimes find it frustrating as well, because it can be frustrating. So standing behind me are really 2,000 plus people that are doing security every single day for this organization, from an awareness and identification. And it's even beyond that because contractors that come into our environment, they also go through the same level. We use tools for threat detection and prevention. We continue to strengthen those and to use them in different ways in our organization, which is huge because those keep evolving to help us do what we're doing. And then around data centers, we have increased our capabilities, and data centers are so important to us in terms of the critical infrastructure that they house, they provide to the organization. So we continue to increase our capabilities in that space, that's huge. That's really and then around incident response and disaster recovery processes, we continue to to collaborate and merge across the organization so that all processes can come together so that any type of incident, we have those same repeatable processes as we manage those according to what has been designed within the organization. So these are very important components of where we're moving in this space. Around information management and customer privacy, I want to pause here. We are embarking on a data governance council, which I'm super excited about. We've been doing some foundational work for many years in the data governance space, and we are now forming a council. We have a charter, and we've hired a data governance manager, all three very important components to data governance. So it's very exciting for us in terms of where we're headed. And we have great partnership across the enterprise on this topic. And then we have lifecycle management practices that we're evolving. We did a major effort around information lifecycle management in our organization. This is one of our first forays into this type of activity using best practices around information lifecycle management. So we're very proud of what we've done in that space. And then we deployed an identity and access management platform. This is not fully rolled out across the organization, but it is in play, and we are making great progress in this space. And you can think about this as doing identity and access management from a role-based versus an individual-based. That's what this is, and that's pretty key to having systems that we have moving in this direction. So that's all fantastic. Records management. So we moved the records management function into the legal operations department to bring those groups together in alignment. And that's a great move in terms of how they will work together, how they are working together, excuse me, in the records management space. We also upgraded the software that they have that brought greater legal compliance, more security, process improvements. A lot of different components came with that upgrade. And then we have greater improved access into our records repository in terms of those controls around security and compliance. So we continue to evolve all of this. And then around compliance, we've implemented additional security policies and standards. So we have base level of policies in our environment as well as standards. We identified more that needed to happen in those spaces as we looked across the spectrum. You can think about the AI space or other things that are moving in the technology realm where we need to keep pace with that. So we are in the process of have implemented these security policy and standards. And then we have ongoing internal audit activities, and those we have been engaging in a more deeper way, which I'm very proud of my team for that. And then from a legal operations perspective, we've modified and enhanced our legal hold activity and ways of doing that from a security and compliance effort as well. And then we continue to look at our systems and how we're upgrading them and compliance in that regard, as well as we move much more closely into the growth of the cloud technology, as many organizations have. And that's another key component of this in terms of how we are moving in this direction. And also I want to call out the operational technology and the informational technology convergence. That is a huge component of this in terms of marrying up and ensuring that we have consistent processes between the different groups where it makes sense. Sometimes it does not, and we are documenting, ensuring we understand why that is happening or why we need to take that as action. So with that, that concludes the progress in 2023, which I'm very proud of all the work that's been done here. And with that, the recommendation is the Governance Committee has reviewed and accepted the monitoring report for SD12 and recommends the board, like OPPD, is taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with board policy SD12. And I will take any questions or comments. Thank you.
I have one, if I may, maybe, Kate, if you wouldn't mind talking briefly on the customer privacy piece. There is a lot of work happening, and I didn't quite hear. You're explicitly called out as we prepare for AMI and the whole ecosystem. That customer privacy comes to mind. Can you talk a little bit about the work that has occurred to date in preparation for that ecosystem of advanced meter infrastructure?
Yes, thank you, Javier, for that question. So there are some key components. I will first go back to the governance piece. That is a big foundational component of that. We have to have firm data governance to walk into that space. We have our customer system that we use that we have done major work on that supports and works in the space of what you're articulating, Javier. And there's other other individuals looking at what that will look like and talking with other utilities in the space of the customer information in the space of an AMI rollout and implementation that we are working towards to understand and document and provide a path for how we will take this and given the amount of information that will flow into the system and how we need to protect that. We want to build our system so it's a repeatable, it's not just specific to this environment, knowing though that this is also very much tied to the customer information that will be existing in that. Does that cover? Okay. I just want to make sure I hit the mark.
I think it's a sign of success when one person asks a question that another person had already written down and was planning to ask. So thank you, Javier, for. But I had the opportunity to participate in some continuing education last week at a conference that was focused on kind of the customer end technology. So I'm glad to hear that we are recognizing that. And I know we have an AMI update later in the day here. So that's something that I think is really important to us. It provides a lot of benefit to our customers, but also benefit to the utility broadly. Glad to hear that we are looking forward, preparing for that implementation. So I don't have any follow-up questions aside from what Javier had asked, but appreciate the focus on that so that we are ready when those technologies can begin to be incorporated. I do have a kind of separate question then. We have another agenda item focused on the budget later. Broadly, do you feel that the resources that you have available are up to the challenges that we have to maintain and protect the existing assets while we grow to meet the needs of our customers for the future?
So we have continued to grow our resources in the space of what we're doing. We have been well supported. And next year we will continue down that path because this is a very growing and evolving space. And we are well supported in terms of what we see and envision at this point. I will say caveat though, there may be things we are not aware at this point as we wander deeper into some of the spaces we are in, but at this point, we have been adding resources, we have been supported, and we will continue to do that to ensure that we can protect this environment in a way that needs to be in a compliant from a legal and compliance regulatory. So we will continue to make those asks where appropriate.
Great. I know the budget process is a collaboration with all of the executive leadership team, and so we'll have a little more discussion later, but glad to hear that we are doing what's necessary to support your work in this area to keep everything safe. And if you do need additional resources in the future, I think my colleagues would echo that we want to make sure we're providing that to keep everything moving forward.
Thank you for that. I will say, I said this in the pre-meeting, without your support, without all the support we get from the executive team, this wouldn't be possible, what we're seeing here today in the work. And so I have much gratitude, teams have much gratitude because this support is very meaningful. It's allowing us to do the work that we need to do to protect the environment in the way that we do. So thank you for that question and the support. Thank you.
And with that, the governance committee rests.
If I may just tie back here, this is a very, very important pillar of our Power of the Future 2050 strategic vision. A digitally driven organization is incredibly important. It's not something that our customer owners necessarily will experience, but it is an enabler. We have three enablers inside of the fence, and that is a digitally driven culture, purpose-driven culture, and then future-ready posture. All the work that Kate is doing here, and the entire organization, but what Kate just described, clearly ties into the vision that we have here for Power in the Future 2050, and not only 2050, but the milestones that we are looking at achieving in 2030. They all require a technology transformation. And so the work that Kate just described is clearly helping us advance, not only in the technology space to address the investments we needed to make to modernize what we had, but also setting the stage for all the new investments we're looking for. The AMI ecosystem is a perfect example of how that ties into customer freedom, that vision that we have on customer freedom and perfect power, but it has to be enabled with a very much more modernized technology environment. So I'm tying that Power in the Future 2050 vision into the work that Kate just described. And again, I'm very, very pleased. To your point, Chair Williams, we have declared in the past 2 years from a budgeting perspective 4 areas of priority. In addition to the core work we do, the 4 priority areas, and that is resource adequacy, That is two-way communication or AMI ecosystem. That is our master facilities plan. And very, very importantly, it's our technology transformation. So all hands on deck, really focused on making sure that our investments are driving us to enabling these 2030 milestones that we have. Sorry about the interruption. Wanted to connect that piece.
I actually forgot about this slide, so.
Any reflections?
If we want to step back and reflect and discuss. So, thank you.
I just want to say that I think that in the last 5 years, the accomplishments of this team has been amazing. Kate came to us significantly challenged in the way that her team was set up, and she's really accomplished a lot in that. And we talked in the committee meeting a little bit about, metrics possibly about, if we're doing fishing kinds of exercises in the organization, are the employees doing better, worse, or the same as they did previous years? And that might be a metric that that Kate might include in her report going forward, that, yes, we're doing all of these, but how are the employees doing as a group in adhering to the they're getting? So that was one thing that we talked about in the committee.
Yeah, I think we're gonna, instead of it being rolled into this report, be part of the quarterly ERM instead.
Well, two things for me. One is, my impression is that we're constantly under attack in this space. And so I have a ton of appreciation for the people who staff the front line, so to speak, on this work day in and day out, because it's highly complex. I can't pretend to understand it, but I know what it looks like when it goes bad. And I've not seen that here, so I have a lot of gratitude. I asked this question last year, I'll ask it again. We haven't changed this SD, to my knowledge, since I've been on the board, so that's 7-ish years. And a lot has changed in this work. So I just want to make sure that the SD is reflective of and sort of moving along as it needs to in response to the changing environment. And again, I don't have any perspective on whether or not it is. I think that's mostly, for me, a question for you, Kate, as to whether or not the world has shifted so significantly that the SD is lagging behind in some way, shape, or form. Just want to make sure it's representative and meets the needs for the organization, that it sets the direction that the board is asking of. I don't have anything wrong with it, but again, I don't know what I don't know. So that's perhaps a question or a reflection. I don't.
We want in our realm about this. And SD 12 sets a very good foundation. It really does. And it allows us a lot of leeway. Well, okay, how do we take this in and do what it's asking? There's nothing there that tells us we need this changed for us to continue to do what we're doing. There are some components that we've thought about that might be of value to be more to it. Now, I'll say, like, from a physical security perspective, because we have merged those groups together. Is there anything in SD 12 that we might think about? There, that was one example of what we came up with. That might provide something a little different, give a little bit more to the foundation components that already exist. But even without that, like I said, we're still moving. It's not prohibiting us from doing anything. There are just some components that, maybe to your point, and I appreciate the question, that might right around the view ultimately, because so much has changed in 7 years. Because I don't believe this SD, since I've been here, well, now I'm not 8 years, so I don't think it's changed since its inception. I'll say.
Right. Thank you for that. I'm mindful of we're we've got some proposed revisions for SD4 on the table today, and those revisions were not brought forward by the board. Those were brought forward by the team, right? You're in the weeds, you're seeing things happen, and so in instances where you kind of look and say, hey, there's an opportunity for us to rethink about this. Point being, I trust you. And again, I don't have anything particular I'm looking for. I'll go just to make sure that it's still doing what it needs to do.
We do have this as a potential work plan item
Yep.
already. So I think maybe our next step is maybe to talk more with you and your team about what could be beneficial. It's not showing up in SD12 now.
We'll add that to December.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, I'm but one board member.
I know, but it was something that we had all previously agreed
Right.
to put on the work plan, and we were wondering if it needed to stay on the work plan. So based on this conversation, it sounds like there's some discussion that could happen to know whether it's an item that moves forward or not.
Yeah, and if the answer is we're good, then that's great.
Selfishly, from my perspective, the comment Katie made about the convergence of physical and cybersecurity is super important. We have a robust enterprise risk management program where we brief board on risks and mitigation items we have on physical security, but it's not necessarily reflected well or as well as I would like it to be reflected on a strategic directive. So I think there's some conversation that could potentially yield an improvement and strengthening of this strategic directive that incorporates that physical piece that is unfortunately now intertwined with the cyber.
Anything else? All right, we really actually rest.
Great. Next committee is the Customer and Public Engagement Committee. Director Howard.
The Customer and Public Engagement Committee met on November 6th, covered 2 major items and 3 smaller items. We covered SD11, grants update. We did start talking about legislative strategy, but it's super early. And so you're not going to hear anything about that from us today. And then we just had some good conversations about the customer growth discussions that we've been having and the rate change customer communication plan. But today, I think the 2 things that we want to highlight from CPE are the grants update and SD11 updates. So I'll pass it over to Lisa for the grants.
Thank you so much, Chair Howard. Good morning. I'm Lisa Olson, Vice President of Public Affairs. We're here to talk about our quarterly update on grants. I know many of you have been getting questions from your family, friends, and constituents. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to give you an update on that. We will continue to do that at your direction and then come back to the board, the full board, at your pleasure. I just want to start with Javier. This all started with you several years ago when we had a great talent, Carissa Vlasic, in the finance department, and she had a passion for grants. And we all know it takes a certain skill set to do something like that. Who would have thought that it grew into what it is today? And we want to give you an update of all of the back office work that's happening across the district. And Carissa and the team have been quarterbacking it beautifully. So I'm going to pass it back over to you, Carissa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Carissa Velasic, Coordinator of Grants and Stakeholder Outreach, and I'm excited to be here to talk about grants, my favorite topic. So I'm going to just give a little bit of overview. I know you're getting a lot of questions. There's a lot of interest in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act. There's a lot of money out there. You're seeing a lot of stories and funding opportunities. So just to give a little bit of a highlight and talk about the differences between the two. IIJA was passed in November of 21. You probably know, runs for 5 years. There's over 381 different grant programs. There's a lot to sift through and sort out. A lot of these grants are the competitive grants and formula grants. There's also some loans and rebates. And it's the largest infrastructure bill passed in a generation. So I know you know all this. You're hearing it from your constituents. And it also enjoyed bipartisan support. So it's been pretty popular. The IRA, on the other hand, was passed in August of 22. There's a lot of money in there for clean energy programs. over 100 different programs. It's got some different funding mechanisms, tax rebates, incentives. There's also grants, but there's also loans. It's got some different financing mechanisms. It's going to run for 10 years. It did not enjoy bipartisan support, you probably know. And Public Power is finally eligible for tax credits. That's huge for OPPD. And Public Affairs is focused on supporting the utility projects and projects for our customers and the community that where we can help support in those areas. And we're also, you're probably wondering, there's so much to focus on. Where are we focused? So obviously grid resiliency, smart grid, cybersecurity, EV charging, and some other areas. So there's just a lot to sift through and prioritize. Go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. So I just want to talk a little bit about grants education, kind of how we approach grants. With all the grants out there, how do we even start? So we've got eyes on everything. I'm getting emails from all across the company, all over. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? The answer is usually yes. We've got eyes on all of it. We know what OPPD is eligible for. We know what we can directly apply for. We know what we could partner with others to get access to those funds. So got pretty good eyes on what's out there. We do a lot of work in the vetting space before we apply for a grant. We want to understand what is the funder looking for? How does that align with the OPPD project to set ourselves up for success? So we do spend a lot of time in this pre-vetting stage, which usually leads to pretty good success for us. We want to understand if we've got the resources internally. A lot of these grants require cost share. Are we ready and prepared with that cost share? Do we have the right resourcing, people budget? Shovel ready. The IIJA projects are very focused on, are these grants projects ready to go, so to be shovel ready. And then also, if we've got competing projects, trying to decide which one would go in. That's happened a couple times internally, where we're after the same funder, and how do we decide which project would go in? You're probably not going to get both funded, so it's that whole vetting process. So probably go to the next slide. Thank you. So continuing on with the grant education, usually the grants open up, and what we're seeing with the infrastructure grants is 30, 60, 90 days to apply. It's a mad scramble. We're trying to do the best we can to be grant ready so that we're not scrambling as much, but these take hundreds of hours to put together a grant application. The different components are the narrative, the budget. There's a huge community benefits piece to these grants that we've not really had to put together in the past. There's a lot of focus on workforce development, job creation, apprenticeships, getting letters of support. And then the project scope needs to be forward-looking. You cannot put the grant in and then start on it. So you have to wait for a funding decision before you can start on the project. So making sure that we're looking far enough out has been a big part of that alignment. And then you get it in, and then there's kind of the sit and wait, right? It's like mad scramble, and then you have to sit and wait. And what we're seeing is a long runway on these grants. Grant opens up, you put in a grant application, and it could be 12 months, 18 months before you get a funding decision. So there's a long runway for these grants. And then the other part is the complexity of the process. What we're seeing is we're seeing a staged process where it's put in a concept paper first, and then it's sit and wait for whether you get invited or not invited to apply. So then you would apply to the full application. So it's a long road to get to these grants on many of them. So just kind of continuing with the grant education and process. So you get the grant awarded, now what? Obviously celebrate. These grants are really hard to get. They're very competitive. The win rate on these are very low. What we're seeing is a lot of partial grant funding, and I try and work with our teams at the beginning to make sure we've considered that before we apply. If we only get 50% of what we asked for, can we still continue? We only get 25%, what are we going to do? Making sure we kind of walk through those contingencies. Then you'll enter into grant negotiations with the funder, sign a grant agreement. And here's where all the compliance and all that reporting comes into play. And then just a lot of reporting. So one of the grants that we're working on is an 8-year grant. We would have quarterly reports for 8 years. So there's a lot of compliance and resources that will be needed once we get the grant. So I don't want to say the grant application is the easy part. It's not, but it almost is. The real work begins when that grant gets funded and you have to implement successfully and do all the reportings. This is just a little bit of a runway of what we have coming up. It's just a constant cycle of grant reporting, grant vetting, grant writing. We did a quarterly report for our landfill solar project. I just submitted that. Our next big grant is the Smart Grid grant we're writing. I know that's been mentioned several times. We can apply for up to $50 million for our AMI project. We're working on that. There's some state grid resiliency formula grants coming out to the state of Nebraska. We've got eyes on that one. And then through the IRA, there's a priority, through EPA, there's a pollution reduction implementation grant program that we've got eyes on, that we're watching closely to see where we can partner on that one. And then we're getting a lot of requests from partners, City of Omaha, to help them with providing letters of support for their applications. And so it's been very busy. Just a couple highlights of some of the grants we've received. So we've had our first win with an IIJA grant through the Department of Energy. We've received an offer, I'll call it, of partial funding at 25%. So this is an example of what we're seeing. Obviously, we asked for more. It's not what we got. So we're working through negotiations on what that could look like. That would be the 87.5 is what would come to OPPD. We have a Solar for All grant that's pending with the EPA. We'll find out in March. That would be 25 million to OPPD as part of the 70.5 total project cost. We've got a grid resiliency grant through Congressman Bacon's office that we're working through right now for almost 8 million. We have a Douglas County OPPD, the landfill solar, you probably heard about. That's through the Nebraska Environmental Trust. That's not a federal grant, but I just wanted to show all the different grants we have going on. And we just wrapped up the Bright battery storage, also through the Nebraska Environmental Trust, and then many more. So lots going on. Maybe one more slide. Thank you. And then just update the cadence on the updates. We're proposing quarterly updates to BLT on where we're at on the different grants, the submissions, quarterly updates to the CPE and finance committees, and then directors updates as needed. And I think that covers, there's a lot with grants, so much to say. That just scratched the surface. Turn it back over to Lisa. Happy to take. And if you'd like to,
Any questions from the board?
I think the only thing I would want you to touch on is sort of the team overall. So are you working alone? Are you our only grants person? What does that look like?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. I am a one-stop shop. It's just me. But we've brought in some additional resources. We've got Baker Tilly consulting firm. We're engaging more of our subject matter experts to help with some of the technical pieces, to have them do more of the writing. And then Lisa wants to say something about.
And later on, you'll find out from the COP that we did put in with my colleagues an additional grant writer. So that was approved as long as you all approved the COP. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like, yes, we need to get Carissa some help, but this is a district-wide effort, and so many people from across the district are part of this, as well as the community.
I have a question. A lot of the grants from the IIJA were for individuals. And I just wanted to know if OPPD has any plans or any outreach to small businesses, and especially the REAP loans. Because there's a lot of farmers and small rural businesses who could benefit from these loans. They're grants, up to half of the cost of the solar for farmers and small rural businesses. Are we doing any education sessions with like farm organizations or chambers in the smaller communities outside of Omaha to let them know that they're available for these grant, or that they're eligible for these grants and to help them with that process? I mean, I know you're a one-stop person, but I'm thinking Lisa's team
Yes.
might be able to do some of that work if that's possible.
The answer is we're doing as much as we possibly can. The teams have been doing wonderful work to put resources out on multiple websites, so that it's an education part of it. And we are offering to be a resource for them. We may not be able to write the grant for them. However, if we can be a resource for them, that's what we're trying to do.
I think just letting them know that it's available, because, I was talking to a guy that lives in Ashland, and he said he's been getting quite a bit of interest in, solar for farms because of the REAP grants, and if people don't know about them, they're not gonna take advantage of them, so this is just a great program for rural areas, and, I would think, I would hope that we're able to do some kind of education with those rural folks.
And you'll hear from SD11 about how we've switched from really kind of the revenue side of it to helping thriving communities. And that's our focus, especially in SD11.
Director Mohawk, I'd also add, planning to do some social campaigns to help create some awareness. And this also, that specific application coincides nicely with one of the grants we're pursuing around pivot corners, potential for solar. So we're looking at the opportunity of those for help in funding there. More to come on all of that, but we're certainly aware of the opportunities.
And because that's something that benefits OPPD, but I just think something that benefits our customers directly.
Absolutely.
And especially those farmers and small rural businesses that are struggling.
Thank you for the comment.
So there's, just following on Director Moll's point, there's funding that's available for our operations, and there's separate funding that's available for our customers to participate in clean energy or energy efficiency. So looking at the last slide on the list of awarded and pending, at the top, JTIQ, that's us. Solar for All, that would be a customer-facing program. Grid resiliency, that's us. Solus, that's us. Bright, that's us. EV charging, I think that was incentives for EV chargers administered through OPPD, but to our end customers. So I guess the question here on or comment on future discussions, perhaps we could break this down to reflect what is an OPPD internal funding stream that we are participating with, and what is OPPD facilitating getting money to our customers on all of our classes on facilitating some of those outcomes. I mean, I think that would be helpful to see kind of where are the two general paths of the funding coming in, just so we can keep in mind, how are we taking advantage of funding for us, and how are we facilitating that getting to people who are interested in participating? That would be helpful for me as we have future discussions.
You're spot on. And those are the conversations that we've been having, especially internally. So Tim, if you want to talk through that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the last conversation is exactly that. We kind of lump it all often into the discussion around grants, but it's that delineation that's most helpful. So I think Carissa would support that we've got sometimes the SMEs overlap, but sometimes they're quite different as well in terms of the subject matter experts inside the organization that are focused on both. Then as we learn more, that also informs any customer interaction or customer communication is we refine it accordingly to help direct customers.
If I may, and I appreciate the comment, something that I've been working with the team, and the words matter here, just to clarify here. Every single one of these dollars is for customers, right? So I think just agreeing with you when we say us, I consider that as a solution that helps our customers in the aggregate, right? All of our customers, $87 million, it's not directed to a particular solution for particular customers, but rather looking at the customer group in aggregate. And then the differentiation is there are certain other grants that would benefit customers in the individual, in the particular realm of that customer, right? Yeah. A commercial customer, a residential customer, that also are very, very important, but ultimately all of these are for our customers. So thank you for the.
Yeah, appreciate that clarification, the way that you phrase that, not us and them, but aggregate and individual.
Us and us.
Much better framing. Thank you.
Any other questions for Carissa? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll move on to our SD11 update with Lisa.
Well, good morning again. Last month I reported out on SD 13. It's my pleasure to do SD 11 this month. You know, I just want to acknowledge that this has been another banner year, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing for our customer owners, and really appreciate this. This truly is a team effort. This isn't about the economic development team. This isn't about another portion of the district. This is about a team effort, and especially thank the partnership with Tim McAreevy and the customer service side. I know that the team works really hard on that. Next slide, please. Last year, I stood in front of you, and it was about 2 weeks after the Public Information Committee at that time had made modifications to SD 11. So this will be the first year that really reflects those enhanced directives regarding the SD 11. You heard me talk earlier about, in the past, a lot of it was about revenue generation. Don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. However, this one is really focused on that and the community needs. How can we help those communities survive? Because what's happening in Ashland could be different than what's happening in Syracuse or in South or North Omaha. So it is really truly customized, and you'll hear a little bit more about it. The monitoring report is broken up into 4 areas, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but the bottom line with the icons is attract and retain, expand businesses, serve as a trusted partner. That truly is what OPPD is about. People trust us and they come to us, and we want to make sure that we help them thrive in their communities. Offer and promote innovative tools, resources, programs, and rates. That's the district-wide side of it. I'm with Tim and his team with products and services, and Jeff's team with the rates, and it's all packaged together. So we need to make sure that we look at it from a holistic standpoint there. And then last but not least, assist with site development. And coming from economic development, a lot of us came from the Nebraska Department of Economic Development. It used to be that people would look at or grow in Nebraska and then talk about it, and then it was several years. Now they're like, where's the site? Is it ready to go? Need to turn it around instantaneously. So you'll hear a little bit more about that from my colleague, Devin Meisinger. Next slide, please. I'm excited about this is a new portion of SD 11. It's a resource called the International Economic Development Council, and economic development is the intentional practice of improving a community's economic well-being and quality of life. That's why we're here, right? And that ecosystem, there are so many components of it that OPPD is at the front and center, or we're helping, assisting with that in those communities. So that's where I said one size does not fit all. So you'll see a lot of this going forward, and how we will be reporting out on that on our next report. Next slide, please. So many of you may be asking, what's your team do? What's our team do? Now, these are icons, but let me give you a little bit of background. We play many roles. Sometimes we're an analyzer. We understand the strengths, weaknesses, and comparative advantages of a local community, providing quantitative and qualitative information to key players. Quarterbacking, right? Next, we're an advocate for our customers and businesses and for the good of the entire community. That's another value proposition for OPPD. We advocate for our customers, just like that you do for your constituents. We're visionaries, and I love how we're tying this really back to Power in the Future 2050, because we can't just think about what's happening today or the next 3 years. We got to think about the long game and how we can help our communities. We're a catalyst. People call us. They want to make sure that they trust us. So it's like, who else can you bring to the table? So we're a catalyst, and we support the initiatives in the particular communities. We're a gap filler. Yeah, a lot of times these communities don't have the resources, so they come to us, and then we bring people to the table. For instance, one of the chambers had us come in and facilitate a community conversation with their business leaders of what can they do in that particular community. And we've done that multiple times. Ceresco, Syracuse, many of the other outreach that we talked about in SD 13. And we're an educator. And I mean that in a humble way. We don't tell. Director Spurgeon, you know how this goes as being a former teacher. You're always teaching, and how can we bring people together and bring the best in that? So I love these icons because it talks about many of the different roles we play. Next slide, please. Our economic development focus is influenced by the needs of the businesses, workers. You're going to hear that a lot more. Workforce development is so key. We can have companies grow, but if they don't have the workers, how can we do that? We're partnering with many of the chambers, especially the state chamber, of how can we help bring 30,000 jobs to our community because they need workers. And then it goes back to what we talked about in that wheelhouse of our ecosystem. But this really brings it down to what do the businesses need, current and future businesses here in Nebraska, workers. What kind of jobs do we need? How can we help bring individuals, not just to OPPD, but how can we bring those to the various communities we serve? And then last, communities, what do they need? A lot of times it's just basic services. So how can we bring people to the table to talk through that? And then the economic diversification and resiliency. I'm so pleased with how this monitoring report is really scoping, but I don't want you to hear from just me and the team. We talk to our customers. So if we could go to the next slide, we put together, this is just a small snippet, but we are going to use this in a longer version later on. Thank you, Erin.
OPPD has been a tremendous partner. They've been able to bring great resources to the table. We've partnered with them in business attraction, business retention, small business building, and many other things that help make Omaha a great community to live in.
I'm not sure if there is a better partner for Habitat than OPPD. Each and every time that we partner with OPPD, it leads to very good partnerships that last for a lifetime.
We can't get this done without the help of OPPD in those project leads, in their families and friends.
So earlier this year, we worked with OPPD to bring the Platteview Solar Business Vendor Fair to Saunders County. One of the main priorities was to go for local labor before outsourcing to labor outside the county, stimulating the local economy and bringing workers to that job site.
We're absolutely elated to be partnering with OPPD in so many different ways. From the fact that they helped us with, in terms of our overall solar panel array that's on our rooftop, helping power our hundreds of exhibits, which is really, really exciting, and showing how that can be an educational opportunity as well, and thinking about how we want to have a diverse workforce that is helping, in essence, provide opportunities for folks in the power industry, energy industry, utilities, and STEM across the board.
This is just a small sample of how we bring people together and why we do have SD 11 with that. I'm going to pause for a moment before I bring up Devin here. I want to introduce James Caraway. He's in the back there. He's part of the economic development team. Jason Esser, who lives in the Nebraska City area, has been with our team for quite a while. And then Brooke Aiken, who is our new director of economic development, is home with her latest addition to the family, Reese. And I told her not to call in, but you cannot tell that girl what to do. So she said, I'm a customer, I can listen in. So that's what she's gonna do. But I have the pleasure of introducing Devin Meisinger. As Brooke was being promoted to director, Devin, who has been with the company for several years, was promoted to manager of economic development. And I really wanted him to highlight the case studies of SB 11. So Devin, it's yours.
Thanks, Lisa. So I just want to point that video was a snapshot of our stewardship, but we want to touch on precisely what we support SD 11. Site Selection Magazine, which is one of the top 3 national magazines for economic development, selected OPPD as a top 20 utility in 2023. With the award based on project investment and jobs per capita, OPPD finished 10th out of those 20 top utilities. Next slide, please. So we worked with the university to study the economic growth impacts of 6 key projects we landed. Within the last year, they were a key partner on that we led or helped deliver on the locate in our service territory. This included a diverse group of industries involving biotech, egg processing, data processing, and financial services. This is more than $1 billion in capital investment, nearly $2.5 billion in economic impact. These employers are bringing more than 900 highly skilled, high-wage positions to our region. Next slide, please. Just within the last couple of weeks, we've been working to do another study that involved our headline this year involving preparing and planning for more growth. In building 2.5 gigawatts of new generation, we will invest in our region and our state. The preliminary impact study shows that there will be more than $1 billion of impact during construction. One of the other things that we will notice too is once the construction is done, when the projects are brought in place and are up and operational, the economic impact will annually be around 163 million per year. The 95 jobs represent once construction is done as well and we're up and running. This includes both new and direct and indirect jobs. Next slide, please. We've been analyzing, evaluating how our region compares to other similar metros across the size of our nation. As we benchmark ourselves against other utilities, we found SMUD uses the Brookings Institute Metro Monitoring Report in their own monitoring reports as well. You can see here how our region ranks in terms of growth, prosperity, and inclusion over the last 10-year horizon against a variety of indicators. Next slide, please. This year, we had the honor of facilitating a multi-year economic development strategy and planning process for the Greater Omaha, involving the Greater Omaha Economic Development Partnership and county affiliates to discuss workforce, business development, placemaking, community needs, involving housing and childcare, urban core redevelopment, connectivity, infrastructure development, how we attract transformational projects to our region. This thoughtful planning and the discussions and focus are different from the focuses of 5 years ago. We also continue to lead on dozens of local, regional, and statewide economic development boards and committees to influence and help be a catalyst for our region involving policy, planning, and programming to cultivate the growth of vibrant and thriving communities and the businesses and people we serve. Next slide, please. As a part of our leadership in the community, we support STEM, mentoring, and workforce development, not only within the energy sector, but across all industries. You can see highlights here ranging from our key partnership with Illuminarium with a focus on STEM, to serving on the executive committee of the Bio Nebraska Board, and to partnering with key business in the growth Sarpy to deliver more than 1,200 safety kits to 8th and 9th graders in Sarpy and Omaha schools to provide students with more exposure to the technical trades. We also continue to elevate our partnership with the University of Nebraska Extension Office and Nebraska 4-H to connect the dots. Schools in our rural communities, including in Falls City, Syracuse, and Cass County. We also partner with Metro Community College in a variety of ways. And this summer we launched and were the inaugural partner of the 4-week Sustainability Bootcamp. OPPD leads the way on addressing basic needs and has been recognized for its leadership, including receiving the 2023 Corporate Partner of the Year Award from United Way of the Midlands. as well as the Lift Up Nebraska County Shining Star Award. Our leadership on diversity, equity, and inclusion includes OPPD partnering with the Greater Omaha Chamber Urban League Diversity and Inclusion Initiative. Commitment to Opportunity, Diversity, and Equity, also known as CODE. OPPD participates in a citywide diversity and inclusion Omaha Circle that has monthly meetings to share best practices with employers, educational institutions, and nonprofit organizations. Next slide, please. We continue to deliver a key economic development resource and tools where OPPD led the way on bringing to our communities. Size Up educates small business customer owners and supports economic growth by delivering key marketing intelligence information. We have exciting developments underway to amplify the exposure and take a statewide approach. Over the past 3 years, Nebraska's economic development ecosystem has addressed a historical gap that hindered entrepreneurs and business owners from accessing essential resources and entrepreneurship and business growth. OPPD played a role as a key founding partner, and SourceLink Nebraska directed itself to bringing bridging this gap. The central goal of SourceLink Nebraska initiative was to bolster the accessibility of Nebraska's extensive resource network, tailored to address the unique needs of entrepreneurs and business owners. In partnership with the Workforce Solutions, SourceLink has begun offering office hours in North and South Omaha to enhance engagement and streamline connections to resources for entrepreneurs and business owners in North and South Omaha. Next slide, please. Our business customer relationships and support go across many divisions and areas within OPPD. The economic development team, account executives, electric service designers, and our project development and marketing team is conducting market research and listening to the needs of our business community. We launched a commercial industrial energy efficiency technology pilot to help customers achieve savings, reducing peak demand. The pilot involves 16 projects across the territory in both rural and urban areas and includes a variety of small businesses as well as a mix of service and office sectors. We also promoted and funded community-focused projects to customers to support sustainability and cost savings. Key projects include Florence Futures and No More Empty Pots through the Greener Together program. Next slide, please. We place an intentional and strategic focus on assisting with site development to plan and optimize our energy system by carrying out site due diligence and marketing efforts for business and industrial customer owners. We do this in close partnership with the communities we serve, including policy planning that was successfully passed in 2021 involving the state's inland port legislation. Another key area of focus involves our continued and ongoing work to bring vitality to North Omaha with the passage of LB 1024. OPPD is a key stakeholder in this multi-year planning effort and visioning process. An additional example of our work in action involves partnering on electric infrastructure planning and state funding with the Falls City and the passage of LB 977. Next slide. Our role as a catalyst for economic development, as well as a driver and partnership on many initiatives, is expansive, and our reach goes far beyond our territory. We are thoughtful in how we approach new policy, programming within the impacts it ultimately has on the people we serve every day. OPPD is fueling the engine that feeds the rest of the state, and you can see a sample of our work to date involving economic development, community growth, and workforce development that has statewide, Midwest, or some cases national reach. In summary, we are very proud to act as stewards of the important and thriving economic development ecosystem we serve across our service area. As our community's needs change, so does our economic development strategy. What doesn't change in our commitment to do whatever we can to help build, support, and sustain thriving communities for all we serve. Thank you. That concludes the SD11 report.
So Chair Howard, the next is back to you in terms of the recommendation.
Sure. So I think the next slide is the recommendation. Yes, so the CPE committee has reviewed and accepted this monitoring report for SD11. And so we're recommending that we find OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance. But before we get to the recommendation, what questions do you have about SD11? This is sort of a new presentation. And it's a new approach to our economic development reporting. And so I want to make sure it's meeting sort of our needs as a board. And that it's sort of capturing the things that you want to know about. What do you guys think?
Hit the mark for me. That's great.
I love the new format, and the focus on different areas, rural, urban, small communities, large communities, and I like to focus on. Yeah, makes sense.
Not a question, but a comment. Back at the beginning, there was kind of a wheel diagram from the International Economic Development Council, and it referenced specifically focusing on the community's economic well-being and quality of life. I think maybe last year, maybe 2 years ago, we talked during this monitoring report about the difference between economic growth, which is indiscriminate and points in all directions, and economic development, which is targeted toward achieving the outcomes that people in the community and that our organization's goals are focused on. I think Director Moody had some comments at the time as well. So I really appreciate this being incorporated and recognizing that the intention of the way that we do economic development is focused on improving lives for people and the opportunities for businesses. And so using that as the underpinning to the way that this report was constructed, great. I love to see it. And I appreciate the information that's connected to it and the way that it's reflected across all of those sections of the wheel, but then across all of the physical area within our community, the territory that we serve as well. So appreciate the update in the structure. And yeah, Director Howard, I think that's steps forward. Love to see it. So thanks very much.
Anybody want to add to the love fest?
We'll take it.
Yeah, no, I'm like.
I will. As Director Williams mentioned, had some good conversations in the last couple of years about what you just described, and I want to acknowledge how I think the organization and this group is really sort of allowing the community to sort of dictate where we need to go and what resources we need to deploy and what the focus should be. I mean, the world is changing really fast. And if we just stay stuck in the rut of like more business, and that's the only focus, then that was a challenge that I had in years past. And I think this is a really, really wonderful reflection of how we're responding to what the community needs. So
Appreciate that.
I'm super thrilled. It's really well done.
The team has just really come together across the district. So it's one of those we say, and, right? You can do both. So thank you.
I'd just like to go back to slide 10, about comparing ourselves against the other metro areas and to put out a challenge that we can do better on inclusion certainly and you know, bringing those a little higher than where they are right now, especially the inclusion one, and that you know, and how you do that is, but I would just put that up as a challenge that if we're going to include this in our report, then let's have some kind of a plan on
Challenge accepted.
how we make that improvement in the inclusion area.
So Director Howard, you pointed out that the focus is entirely on appreciation so far, but I think there's also opportunity recognized here. It's not a slide, but it's in the video. The partnership with Habitat, I love to see that. And I think that represents an opportunity to me to leverage what we do fundamentally, which is provide clean and efficient energy to meet the needs of our community. And it seems like Habitat might be an opportunity to look into, and I know we've talked about this before, leading on efficient and potentially all electric housing in our community, and how can we leverage our partnership with them to point toward where we think future housing development might be pointed. This is happening in other areas, and within the last year, 3 times I went to newly developed housing projects that were market rates and cutting edge and had lots of amenities. And independently, all three reported this is an all electric development, but none of them could tell me why specifically. And I think it was just they recognized the streamlined opportunity for permitting and installation, as well as the benefits to the end customers or tenants or owners of those properties. And so it seems like our partnership with Habitat might be able to, again, leverage what we do to achieve the best outcomes, the well-being and the success of our community. So I hope that we can continue in that direction, because it feels like what we have to offer is extremely beneficial in a very particular way to businesses and residences across our community. And I hope that we can continue to push in that direction, because all electric and efficient future matches with all of our objectives. And I hope it matches with theirs as well. So I don't know how to specifically quantify that, but they were in the video, love that partnership. And there seems to be something happening where it's happening anyway. How can we continue to lean into that and help be that leader?
And if I may, I serve on the board of Habitat for Humanity. I'm very familiar with what you're saying, and I couldn't agree more. And other partners, right? The role that Habitat plays is for home ownership, which serves an important part of our population, but it doesn't stop there, right? It's with landlords, and it's with rental units, and it's with everything, right? It's how do we continue to foster that evolution of housing? Director Faulkner, you're very familiar with that, and how do we continue to influence policy with policymakers and partner with the city and others to reach even beyond what Habitat already is doing really well. Thank you for that.
Mary.
I would be remiss as an educator if I didn't say what terrific job you're doing with the STEM education, reaching out to high schools across the area, Metropolitan Community College, Illuminarium, all of that. Just, you just do not know where your influence stops with that. You never know. And you're going to turn on somebody's bright light on, and they're going to go, oh, I could do that. I could be that. I could be a part of that. So anyway, just think that's terrific. Thank you.
Comments? Seeing none? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
We had our reflection time. CPU is resting. We rest.
If I may, quick on this, I was waiting for the last slide. Sorry.
You gotta remember that one.
I'm
gonna not only double down but triple down on the comment you made about not just economic growth, but growth that matters. And I'm gonna tie these back to our Power in the Future 2050 vision. And one of the first principles, we have 5 first principles. So you can look in the document, and one of them, first principle number 3, is to cultivate the growth and well-being of vibrant and thriving communities. And it talks specifically about economic prosperity. And I really, what you mentioned about not just growth, but prosperity. And it talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and making sure that that prosperity reaches every resident in our service territory. It's not just growth, it's not just dollars, although that's important. But that prosperity piece, that cultivate the growth and well-being of our communities, is a first principle. That no matter what we do, no matter what projects or programs we undertake, that should be as true to today as it should be in 2050. And I really appreciate the opportunity to tie these monitoring report to that vision we have in 2050 for economic prosperity. Thank you.
Okay, now are we resting? Are you ready to rest?
Ready to rest.
Director Williams?
Great, thanks very much. Next up, Finance Committee, Director Spurgeon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Williams. We met on November 3rd for a marathon meeting. After a safety briefing, we had some information about precision of resolution number 5764 and why that's going to be necessary, which we'll hear about today also. Had a 2023 corporate operating plan excess expenditures request, which we'll also hear more about today, and why that's a helpful thing for us to be able to do that. Public Utilities Regulatory Policies Act is something that has come to us kind of a revision or an update, I guess, within the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act of 2021. And so we'll be hearing about how we're going to comply with that. The 2023 Series A and B bond sale report was omitted because we're going to talk about that today. The third quarter retirement fund report also was omitted because we're going to talk about it today. We spent quite a lot of time on the 2024 preliminary corporate operating plan, and that also will be reviewed, I believe, after lunch. We were so busy, we filled up 2 hours and a few more minutes to go, so I just omitted the board work plan altogether so people could get on to other things. And then our fine minutes taker provided a summary of the inputs. So that was our meeting on November 3rd. So I will turn this over to Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. I'm going to pass it over to Scott Foch to walk through our first item, which is resolution number 5764.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would preface this conversation that it's really a housekeeping item, so viewing it through that lens will be important. In March of 2009, the Board of Directors approved a resolution that basically established individual maximum withdrawal authority for a district's right-of-way account. You may remember this, Director Kavanaugh. And it provided how this particular account should be used, basically around acquiring right-of-way easements, acquiring options to purchase right-of-way easements or right-of-way fee titles, as well as payment of agreed sums to settlement claims or for property damage occurring on the right-of-ways. Subsequently, in 2015, and a resolution that I was just looking at the other day, and Director Kavanaugh had your name on there, which is why I just keep bringing you up. But that resolution was centered around board staff language policies. The authorities that provided in 2009 resolution were subsequently clarified really through BL 10 and BL 11. Those policies really provided that authority back to the organization. So what this is asking for is a cleanup. We basically have two resolutions out there that could potentially be in conflict. One is the authority of the board for this account. The other in the BLs is the authority that the board gave to the organization in terms of taking care of these activities. When you look at the resolution of BL 10 and BL 11, the language is fairly clear in that it does say that the BL policies take control, and the BL policies are the ones that should guide the action of the organization moving forward. There has been just a little bit of confusion, and what we're really asking is for that to be cleared up by a rescission of that resolution, resolution 5764. I would also add that last is very important because of the delegations of BL4. There's been a very thoughtful approach intentionally to ensure that the controls envisioned by any of these authorities are meaningfully understood, that they're in place and they have the right authorities connected with them, which is really what this policy specified indeed does. It provides clarity around the delegation of authority. It's reviewed on a regular basis and ensuring that the authorities that are provided within the organization are meaningful and really enable the work that needs to be done with it. So the request here will be the rescission of the policy just to create a little bit more clarity in the organization and reinforce the fact that the BLs are the ones that are. Questions? And I will acknowledge Jake and his team. I think they have two BLs that are connected very much with their work because it is so important. Jake, thank you very much.
Oh, we're ready for the next item.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome up, Ms. Beatty, to walk us through the Public Utilities Regulation Policies Act amendment.
Everyone, let's go ahead and walk through these regulations. So we've all had a briefing on this the first week in November, but just by way of reference, PURPA originally adopted in the 70s in response to the energy crisis and really in order to promote conservation and domestic energy use. So periodically, and the board has seen this throughout time since the 70s when this was originally adopted, PURPA has been amended. And what is most recently amended was requiring non-regulated utilities, of which OPPD is one, being public power. It's to consider the adoption of 2 retail service standards. So one with demand response and one with EV charging programs. Next slide. So what are OPPD's obligations under this regulatory standard? It's really 3 parts. So we need to consider, provide for public comment, and make a determination. So what does that mean? To consider its current activities with demand response in EV. This is being done by putting this on a public agenda, as we've done today. OPPD, as we have talked about before, have a long history of supporting these activities, even prior to the most recent amendments. We'll review in more detail, but OPPD has its strategic directives, its engagement and rate setting, and its continual engagement of the board and community on these issues. Second, it needs to provide an opportunity for public comment, and that is being achieved in 2 ways. First, public comment, a public comment page on the Community Connections website will be posted after this meeting. So we will invite written comments from the public on these issues. Additionally, in the December board meeting, the public will have an opportunity to get up and speak on these issues. And then the third requirement is that the OPPD board must make a determination on this regulatory requirement. So OPPD is really done in spirit what the regulation is requesting. It's implemented multiple demand response rate riders. It's engaged in many activities to install and promote EV charging stations. So what that determination could look like based upon public comment and feedback is what other public entities have done. The determination would be a board resolution acknowledging the regulatory requirement, that the public had an opportunity to provide comment, and recognizing OPPD's robust public process and community involvement on these issues. This regulation will not stop OPPD from doing what it has done in the past. The activities and discussions and decisions on demand response and EV charging stations can and should continue within OPPD's established process. So the next slide. So demand response activities. OPPD's current activities is they have multiple riders for curtailment programs, time of use programs, and we also have the 2 residential DR programs for thermostat control. We are engaged in many activities to expand demand response. We, as a board and a community, have looked to expand and increase customer incentives, lowering the thresholds to participate, engaging in targeted marketing campaigns. And one thing, really a focus of Grant's department is that deployment of AMI. That's going to make access and ability to engage in demand response programs much easier in the future. Next slide. For EV charging activities, OPPD is, in my opinion, the leader in the state with EV charging activities. It has installed chargers and supports third parties installing these throughout OPPD's service area. This can be seen in its strategic directives on customer satisfaction, environmental stewardship, and economic development. We have participated in studies seeking to advance EV and access to the charging stations, and also founded a very popular rebate program and is currently seeking out additional funds for further grant programs. OPPD provides a large amount of customer resources, education, and information on the location of the chargers within its service territory. So next slide. So what is the timeline for facilitating compliance with these program amendments? As previously stated, the first week of November, we came together in the Systems and Finance Pre-Committee meetings, talked about the regulatory requirements and the timeframes required. Today, we are here at the all-committee meeting and have put this on a publicly available agenda. And after this meeting is concluded, the Community Connections public comment page will be opened, and that will be open for public comment through December 17th. At that point, the Public Affairs Committee will be rolling together all of those comments, and I will be back here in front of you on December 19th where we will review the public comments at the all committee meeting. And then at the December 21st board meeting, as already stated, the public has an opportunity to comment in person or via WebEx. And there will be a need for the board to make a determination at that meeting, depending upon the public opinion. So, are there any questions on the regulatory requirements, how we achieve compliance in the time frame? Yes.
There were no metrics or benchmarks for this, just that we review our own programs and decided there's just like, there's no requirement for amount or types of.
Yes, and I think that's because of two reasons. One is OPPD's status as a non-jurisdictional entity. So FERPA asks public entities to consider these. The other piece is OPPD is really progressive. I mean, we have done what the statute could theoretically require us to do in our rate long before FERPA was telling anyone to do this. But yeah, there's no real benchmarks. It's may consider and implement DR rates. No real benchmarks there.
So we don't have to show how much energy consumption these programs saved or how.
Yeah. This separate from OPPD's process and how it engages with the community and the board, this is, I hate to say it, but kind of a check in the box compliance matter.
I see this as a tale of two realities. One, the reality that we have at OPPD and looking, inside the organization, we want to do more. We know that there's a lot that we can do, and that even though we may be leading in the region, that there are many others in the country that are leading far beyond. So we want to do more for sure, and I think this is not the end of it. This is what we're complying with the law. But the other reality that I was referring to is the reality that there are many hundreds, if not thousands, of small utilities who haven't even began on their journey. And I think what this requirement is forcing everyone to do is let's bring us all up to the same starting points, if you will. We're already a little bit further along, but it is that reality that not every utility has even offered this type of engagement from the future, from the public. I'm excited about it because it hopefully will have the intended result, which is let's bring the entire country up to having these conversations, and then hopefully that'll entice even more investments from other utilities. But we shouldn't rest on the fact that, well, we're already doing it. Yes, and there's more.
So if I can follow on kind of the two comments that we just had here. I appreciate the recognition that there are other utilities who, that PURPA, the language related to PURPA is requiring everyone meet a minimum threshold, and that we also frequently in lots of areas and lots of different strategic directives look to significantly exceed the minimum required threshold. And so while I do think that letter of the law or box checking exercise, glad we accomplished that, I'm also interested in ways in which we understand how are we doing compared to others, not just as was referenced as an EV leader in the state. That puts us in a very small pool of colleagues. There are only a few utilities in the state who are moving this direction so far. But as far as public power goes, we are also a member of the LPPC. And so how are we doing compared to other members of the LPPC, or compared to some of the members of the CPER Transformational Utilities Leaderboard in other areas that are not, as you said, there are hundreds of small rural cooperatives who have not taken a first step. We have. So how are we doing in, as Denise pointed out, the metrics toward accomplishing this above and beyond what PURPA requires? I don't know if some of that information might be able to be collected and made available for additional discussion in December, not specifically to influence the determination of whether or not we are sufficiently compliant or whatever the appropriate legal language is with the PURPA language. But But just so that we understand internally, again, comparing ourselves in EV deployment across Nebraska leaves us in a category of a very few number of others. But when we look regionally, for example, Kansas City has massively more electric vehicle charging than we do in our territory. So, there are others who are not too far away who I feel are probably a better measurement for comparison than looking across just the state of Nebraska and meeting just the minimum required threshold for these two programs. So do we have information that we can track and compare ourselves? And again, I think LPBC and SEPA transformational, can't remember what the list is, but they have a leadership board on transformational utilities. I think those would be good places to look and see how are we doing in these two areas with metrics compared to those colleagues, because we are substantially different than small rural public power and perhaps even most of the small organizations in Nebraska. So I appreciate the recognition from you, Javier, that is something we should be working toward. And I strongly agree that minimum required is one thing. How do we continue to go above and beyond, and how do we measure ourselves in that direction is what I'd like to see next.
Great, and if I may offer, I really appreciate the challenge, and for sure, I mean, we will have a public comment period beginning now until the 17th of December. We will try to bring back a lot of this information, and I think the challenge will continue to be how do we continue to fold these back into our monitoring reports? Yeah. What are we trying to achieve here? Is it customer satisfaction? Is it resource adequacy? Is it reliability? And a lot of other things. So I love the challenge, and for us to continue to report this back, insert this back into the suite of strategic directives we have, and acknowledge that this is one step of many that we will still have to take on continuing to design new programs and rates, et cetera. That's really exciting. As a driver of an electric vehicle myself too, it's really exciting. We're leading, but we're not satisfied.
Yeah, we just had SD7, but I think from the list in either of these categories, 2, 5, 7, 11, perhaps 5 and 11 would be maybe next. Anyway, I look forward for an opportunity to hear some additional information that even if it's not directly associated with the metric, I think it would be good to have some of that information available so we can understand where are we now and where do we have opportunity in the future. So thanks for taking note on that.
And this whole process will ensure that we are compliant with the requirements of the IIJA URPA timeline. So that's going to happen. So that's the purpose of this. Thank you very much for that.
All right. I have a request in front of the board to approve or increase our expenditure authority level in 2023 by $87 million. We'll be looking to have that approved by the board at the board meeting. Just by way of background, in terms of how the COP for 2023 established both our revenues and our expenditures. We have a control in place relative to how we operate here at OPPD, plus statute requires if we exceed those expenditure levels, then we have to come back to the board for approval. In terms of that, as we look back over the past years, we've had to utilize the request similar actions of the board. I'll point back to 2021 when we came in twice, both for the polar vortex, but then also for a pension contribution. Very sizable increases. I'll highlight one thing. It only really attacks one side of the ledger, so we're really only focused on expenditures. We'll highlight that also revenues can increase as well. And as we think about what I'm asking for, I'm putting in front of the board, we will continue to hit our debt service coverage of 2 times. There will be no rate impact associated with this, so I want to make sure that that's very clear as we bring this forward. Specifically in terms of the drivers, if we could jump into the presentation. There we go. So again, the request is to go increase the expenditure authority by $87 million, which would get us to $2.7 billion. Drivers for that have been communicated over the past quarters in terms of our financial report out. Purchase power increases of $21 million. Again, we've been out in the marketplace because of some extended outages on our generating units. We've had to go out and purchase additional power. That's resulted in that purchase power increase. In addition, we had $14 million of additional expenditures come through associated with returning those units from the extended outages. We're going to talk in a little while about the unplanned pension contributions. This is a good thing. So we'll be putting increasing our annual contribution by $50 million. We'll talk about that when we get into the financial report here in just a few moments. Those are all items which increase. I'll also highlight the one item that I don't see on here, which is an $11 million increase in our capital expenditures. We'll talk in a moment about our financial outlook. Again, as I've highlighted, we continue to be healthy. We don't see a rate increase as a result of this. We'll hit all of our critical metrics. And we'll cover that in our next report out in terms of the Q3 financial report. If we can go forward to the next slide. Here's the specifics on where we're at. Here's the COP. Again, the authorization level set for expenditures at $1,919 million. Our current projection is just to be slightly below $2 billion. But what we've done is when we go through and we tabulate everything, we see that we're at $79.2 million. We've added a 10% general contingency. As we go through the last quarter, as we see different pieces, notably most likely in the commodity market, potentially can be somewhat volatile. We want to incorporate a bit of contingency. And so, again, we're asking for the authority to move forward with increasing expenditures by $87 million. Questions?
Just to play devil's advocate, by us voting to do this, again, this doesn't increase our rates for this year at all. Any future rate increase is not reflected in this, what we do today. Why do we have to do this? Because technically it would be in violation of the existing resolution.
We would both, and then also from a statute perspective, before we move forward, this would actually impinge our ability to move forward operationally unless we are allowed to really receive that increased authority.
So we've done this previously, like for the last 3 or 4 years, at finance meeting. And this is an additional $79 million. Where does that money come from? And how, I mean, are we taking it from existing programs or where does that money come from? Are we taking out additional debt? What's the impact of that $79 million?
So as we think about it, if we look at the major drivers here, and we're going to walk through this in detail in just a moment, we walk through the Q3 financial report. The largest item is associated with the, you see non-fuel operations and maintenance expense increasing by $59 million. $50 million of that is associated with the pension contribution. I'm jumping a bit ahead in terms of what's driving that, but we have $35 million of Deborah dollars that are sitting in the decommissioning benefit reserves account. So that plus a $15 million contribution for their decommissioning trust funds equates to how that's being funded. So we're taking part from cash reserves that are already in place. We're applying that to reduce our pension obligation, plus $15 million from our decommissioning trust funds that we were allowed to, which we're fortunate enough to free up this year. And so, again, we'll walk through the mechanics of that. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but that's the largest driver. In terms of our fuel costs and purchase power, we're going to talk a little bit more about that as well in terms of that's the amounts that would be subject to the fuel and purchase power adjustment, which would be captures of the cost this year. We would ultimately then look to have that impact rates in 2024. We're looking to have that also offset by the decommissioning trust as well. So we're going to walk through the mechanics of that. It's a great question because I can only imagine if someone comes through and asks for this additional authority, these questions would naturally come to mind. But again, what I'd highlight is relative to rate impacts, we're going to talk through the rate impacts forecasted for 2024 that we're proposing. And then also I can, as it relates to 2023, we have, obviously we're not an impact, we're not adding for any additional rate increases as well. So hopefully the next couple topics, the 2024 COP plus the Q3 financial forecast will highlight in detail specifically the mechanics behind those.
Jeff, we will get into the specifics of the pension, the need to increase the pension fund later on.
Yeah.
And I'll double down, I think, on the comment you made Jeff earlier, this is just one side of the equation. Just the expense piece, expenditure piece, the authorization for us given provided by the board to spend. And I think Director Malhoff's question is on point. Say, okay, we're authorizing these, but where is the money coming from? The money's coming from, just as we spend more money buying power, we also made more money selling power in the market. And that, I think the assurance that Jeff is providing, that at the end of the year, we are still planning on hitting the 2 times debt service coverage, and that this is not contributing to any rate increase, but rather we were able to balance these through additional revenues. But without the express authority from the board, we don't have that authority to expend these funds. So, but I think it's a fantastic question that needs to be clarified. Thank you.
I was thinking, I think at our pre-committee meeting, you said what percentage of it was over the budget as established. Do you remember? 3 or 4% is what is sticking in my mind.
Yeah, we're just doing the math, there's the 78 on
4%.
4%.
So,
Good. Thank you.
questions?
I'll just ask a quick one, because I see that you're including a 10% contingency. When we do the COP and we're gonna talk about next year's care enrollment, is there already a little bit of a contingency built in?
That's a great question. No, we don't include that. So as a result, it pushes us to processes like these, which is a good way to go, right? Because otherwise, typically, see, it may likely result in increased costs or rates. Yeah. And so we keep it right to the point forecast. Yeah. Thank you for asking that. And pick that one. Okay. Any other questions? All right. I'm gonna pass it over to Tim Vasquez. We've got the results of our 2023, 2024, or 2023 Series A and B bond sale. Would highlight that Tim took lead on it this year. It's a long 5-month process that goes across the entire enterprise. I just really appreciate Tim's leadership in this area. And Tim, I'll pass it over to you to cover the bond sale results.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Tim Vasquez. I got the opportunity to lead what ended up being OPPD's largest bond issue in history. And in what a market we went into. So as we stated here, in April, we sought $730 million of authorization for bonds. We used quite a bit of that. We went into a market in October. If I hearken you to that time period, a lot of bad news coming out during that time period. Government shutdown, threat down, some war starting. We assembled a team of Goldman and Wells, which had been on our team several times before, this time leading this transaction. And we did 2 series. Of course, we did new money for $360 million. And then we had some refunding, which we'll talk about here in a moment. Average interest rates up there, 4.7 and 4.5. We did get to realize some savings on some refunding. We had high hopes of doing all of the subordinate issue. That didn't happen during that week. And there was talk about, well, several deals were backing away from the table. We had to ask our team, should we back away from the table at this point? And this was moving. They said, no, you have a strong credit, a strong name. Investors will want to take advantage of this opportunity. So we got forward, and sure enough, they did. They stepped up. We realized $2.9 million in savings. We had also issued commercial paper for $100 million in August to realize an additional $400,000 of earnings. So I think all around good story. And our pricing certificate and our financial advisor certificate. I would be remiss if I did not thank Director Surgeon for going out to the rating agencies to present a very strong front that we are committed as a board and a company to that 2-point times coverage you were just talking about. We're going to the market a lot in the future, and we need to know, or they need to know, that they can count on us to do that. So appreciate that very much, and of course appreciate John and Jeff giving me the opportunity to lead this issue. That's all I have. Any questions?
Just one question. I know the answer, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit on these. We went into the market under a relatively high interest rate environment. Any opportunity for us to refinance these debt in the future?
So we'll start with the one that we were trying to refinance, about $90 million we had to pull off. We're still hoping to get that accomplished sometimes. It is currently refundable now. And so whenever the opportunity presents itself, we can come back and try to finish that off. Now, this debt has a 10-year call. So sometime in 10 years or 9.5 years, we can start to look at, will that have an opportunity as well? And so what interest rates do.
Thank you.
Tim, I double down just for a moment on your comments about the rating agency. We went there in September. Remember in August, we have the near-term resourcing plan on approved by the board. We provide a 5-year projection to the agencies. And so we had a very detailed conversation with them about near-term resourcing, highlighting we're not only here for 2023, but we will be active in markets, and we've got a very active plan in front of us. Yeah, the team did a phenomenal job. Really, again, I credit Director Spurgeon in terms of having the board voice be heard. It was critical in terms of the agencies. They were very complimentary of what was presented. Frankly, it was an educational piece for them in terms of how others are approaching this. And so just really appreciate and would highlight the amount of work that went into that presentation, and getting that strong AA rating from them is fantastic for both Moody's and S&P. And then just would highlight the creativity of the group to come up with the additional value relative to the arbitrage of commercial paper versus treasuries. $400,000. A lot of other utilities would have just sat on the side. They looked at different ways to come up and create value for our customers. It's actually $426,000. So thank you very much.
May I respond and say, just thank you for your words, but it was clear to me that the economic development pieces, everything across the district, everything that went into that presentation, I mean, it's just huge. And I mean, we just reassured potential buyers that we are here to stay. We have legal justification for being here. This is why we were created. We're not going anywhere. We have demand. You know, it was just a matter of just laying out what OPPD is and does. And just across the board, across the district, a huge effort by everybody to get that information to them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Next up, we've got the third quarter retirement fund report presented by John Petrulis. Thank you, John.
Hello, everybody. I'm John Petrulis. I'm the manager of our Treasury Debt and Investments area. And today I'll just be reporting out on our third quarter performance for the retirement plan. The retirement plan ended at $1.08 billion in the third quarter. We started the quarter at $1.12 billion. So there's a $40 million decrease in value of the plan. We did start off the year at $1.06 billion, so we are positive for the year. For the quarter, employee contributions were approximately $5 million. OPPD contributions were approximately $15 million. Benefit payments were approximately $28 million. And then the investment loss and the fees added up to be about a negative $30 million, which got to a $40 million decrease. The retirement plan asset allocation is within investment policy guidelines as of the third quarter. For the third quarter, most of the asset classes were negative. This was primarily the result of rising interest rates. We talked about rising interest rates. They rose mostly on the long end also, and ended up affecting all equities, affected real estate and bonds. For the quarter, best performers, I guess, the worst performers compared to index would be our international equity, and then also our private real estate. The best performer for the quarter was global fixed income. That was versus the index. One other item, though, I'd like to point out is we have private credit up here now, and we had previously reported out on that. Private credit it's delayed. This is a return for the quarter as of the second quarter because of there's a delay in getting those return numbers. But it's been a really successful asset class for us to have invested in. So 3.5% for the quarter. I think the rate of return since inception is around 15%. So it's been very strong, and we hope that will continue. The total return for the plan net of fees was a negative 3%, which did beat the index of a negative 3.1%. And as of the beginning of the year, the plan has returned 3.9% versus an index value of 3.1%. With that, I'd open up to any questions.
Is Cecil Marco, recommending any fund manager watches or changes?
We do. We just had a meeting yesterday. Our high yield manager it's Newberger High Yield. We decided to part ways with them. So we did just have a meeting yesterday, and we will be coming within the next month or two with a recommendation for a new high yield manager. Beyond that, we have two other managers that are on watch. It's it's Stone Harbor, which is international fixed income. They've been doing much better, but they are on watch through March 31st. So we'll make a decision in the spring timeframe on them. And then we have Wellington, which is an equity manager, and they are on watch, but they just were recently put on watch. They'll be on watch through September 30th of next year.
We have 15.47 million for the quarter that the district contributed. Is that pretty much some par for the course or on average, I guess, for this year?
Yeah, it is for this year. So yeah, we
some of the 40s for the year.
Yeah, about $5 million per month. Now that will go up next year, and so I guess the negative returns from last year really affect the annual required contribution in that. So that'll carry on. It's amortized over a 5-year period. So that will carry on. So it'll be, but as Jeff said, we may have if we contribute some money from our decommission and benefit reserve, then that might even it out. But yeah, about $60 million is what we owed for the year from OPPD's perspective.
Is that's going to be in addition to the 50 million?
The 50 million would just, yeah, it would offset it. Yeah, right. It would offset it because it's all actuarial based. So it's looking long term in that. So the $50 million will go in there, but it'll just lower it by, let's say, a few $1 million. But the way it was set up right now is that each year we're going to have about a $5 million increase in our annual required contribution without this contribution from the decommission and benefit reserve.
And here's where we stand as far as I can't remember what the term is called, but the percent of things fully funded, both before the 50 million and after. How much impact that has?
I don't know the impact of 50 million. I know that our funding level was as of 1/1 of 23 was 72.5%. So that decreased from about 75% last.
That was at the start of 23.
So that, yeah, so it's always yes. Actuarial valuation is always as of the beginning.
Sure, I understand. Okay, but most likely it's probably gone down a little bit since then.
I'm sorry, it's 2023 whether we went down or not. Well, yeah, we've returned 3.9%, I guess, so far for the year. If we're below our discount rate is 6.5%. So if you're going to be under that, you're probably you're not meeting your bogey essentially. So it will have an impact, but we still have this fourth quarter has started off pretty well. So hopefully it
will today too.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so this $50 million will definitely help, but it's not going to decrease it. It'll just decrease the jump up from 60 million to 65 million, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
So we do talk about the percent funded ratio, and can you remind us when is the primary time when we discuss that?
So we're gonna talk about this in SD 14 in depth. And I think to echo what John Petrulli just mentioned, we know that the additional one-time contribution of $50 million to our pension plan will help. It will help offset anticipated increases in annual funding. Were it not for that contribution, we would have to make it up. We've had, but the actual percent will not be known until a few months after we make the contribution. The actuaries have to run all of their models. But I think this is something that we will report back in more detail. Jeff, you come back to the board. Yep. Do you know that the timeline for SE 14?
I believe it's the end of Q1. We'll double check.
So around, so just shortly after we make that contribution, we'll have some indications. Ultimately, the state of Nebraska requires us to go down to the legislature every year and report on that. And it's really gratifying for us to go back, and every year we show improvement. We show that we have been the only entity so far that has shown these fiscal discipline of saving money when we have good years, putting it back to decommission and benefits reserve account and using it to fund our pension. So more to come in March of next year, and then we'll report back on the state report that we do in November of every year. Shortly. Yeah.
Just for clarity, at what point do we get to stop going to the legislature?
80%. So we're looking at that number.
Okay, good.
We love going down and speaking of senators, but it's nice not to have to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a much better experience going down there though than some other entities because we make our annual required contribution. That's one of the largest things that they really look at is are you making what's required? So it's a big.
Well, that plus our discount rate is.
It's exactly comparatively to other entities, it's more conservative and so forth. So thank you.
All right, next up, we've got the third quarter financial report. Laura Lunsford's going to lead us through that. Thank you, Laura.
Right. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Laura Lunsford. I'm the Director of Corporate Accounting. And so I'm going to go through third quarter financial results. We did meet earlier this month with the Finance Committee, did a deep dive into the financials, looked at budget variances, looked at year-over-year comparisons. And so this morning we'll just focus on kind of an overview of third quarter. The items up here list kind of what happened for the quarter. So you might see that third quarter was a bit of a challenge, but overall, when we look at year to date, we have had a successful financial year. So we're going to go ahead and go to the next slide if we can. All right, so we're going to start in the upper left there with retail revenue. You can see that year to date, we are under budget about $26 million. Primary driver here is in industrial revenue. We've had some delayed load growth from what we were expecting in the industrial category. So from the budget perspective, we're a bit behind, but if you look at year over year comparisons though, our revenue is about 3.3% through the end of September, higher than we were last year. So we're having that growth on the actual side, but a bit behind where we thought we'd be for budget. Jumping down one to off-system revenue here, we are we're over budget about 15 million, and we've had some additional congestion hedging revenues throughout the year that have helped that. You will though see in the third quarter, we are a bit under budget there. We had some facilities that had outages, and so that was impacting the sales that we had in the marketplace. So related off-system revenue, we'll jump over to fuel and purchase power. Year to date here, we are running over budget about $19 million. Most of that variance is in purchase power expense. You can really see that going up in the third quarter, also related to some of those outages, just having to buy more for our load. And then we'll jump up to O&M expense in the upper right-hand corner. So that's taking out the fuel and purchase power. We're over budget year to date, about 13 million in this category. Really what's driving that is production expense. And I mentioned outages a few times. Related to those outages, we had additional maintenance costs that were incurred, and we're seeing that show up in that category. And then just to round out this page, we jump to the bottom on other income and other expense. Starting with other income. Other income, we're about 24 million ahead of budget. Primarily, the change there year to date is related to investment income. So you might recall last year we had some negative fair market value adjustments. This year we're seeing the flip side of that with some positive fair market value adjustments. But it's not all just fair market value adjustments. We also have had some realized investment income that's been positive. Interest rates are higher. That's helping us with those fixed income investments. So we're over budget. Then we look at finishing out other expenses. In this category, we're about 68 million under budget. So you can see there's pretty big variance from those quarters here. The two drivers of this, one is decommissioning expense. You might recall that we have stopped decommissioning funding early this year. The board approved that change in April. So we're seeing that in here, those savings. And I know coming up, Jeff will talk about that shortly. And then also depreciation expense. My team had a new depreciation study completed. We do that every 7 or 8 years. Completed the end of last year, implemented those rates this year. And so that is driving that under budget position there on depreciation as well. Before we go to the next page, any questions on that page? All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to the next page. All right, so starting in the upper left, we have operating income. You can see we are positive here. Year to date, we're about 28 million over budget. We find operating income very important. This is really showing us how we're doing financially from our operations.
We jumped down to net income. We are also ahead of budget, about $49 million here. This is where we're adding in some of those other items like interest expense and then investment income are the two bigger items in that category. And again, I talked about investment income. We're seeing that flow through here, keeping both of those over budget. And as we go over to the right-hand side with the cash and capital, we had some delays in our capital spending this year, so we were able to wait on our bond issuance. You just heard about the successful bond issuance that settled this month. We have that cash coming in now, and you'll see that showing up in our year-end results, and will bring us back up to where we expected to be from a budget perspective. And then on capital spending, we have been behind this year on that. You can see third quarter, we're caught up a bit in the third quarter. Just delays we've had on power and purpose projects, just delays on that spending. And so that resulted in us going for a later bond issuance. But we are working very closely with those project managers just to see how we are going to forecast out the rest of the year and where we'll end up on the side. And then the last item to highlight on here is down in the bottom left on the SD impact on SD2. You might recall this is our goal of being 10% below that defined region of 7 states. With our preliminary data, we're at 10.2% below, but we are working through the final information and it appears that we will be even more below. So turning in a positive direction. And then lastly on SD3, access to credit markets, debt service coverage, our 12-month rolling debt service coverage, we were at 2.13 times at the end of September. Very positive position. Our goal is to be 2.0 times, so trending in the right direction certainly there. And then from a liquidity standpoint, we increased our days cash on hand during the quarter to ending at the end of September with 194 days cash on hand. So in a really strong liquidity position.
Laura, is there I can't remember the number of days you look at it being the whole.
Yeah,
right around there.
About 150. So we're about that. Mm-hmm. Cool. Yes. Any other questions?
In the highlights, it says that our revenues were 26.5 million lower than expected. Industrial use from delayed load ramp on anticipated growth. Was this due to OPPD not connecting, or was this due to the actual industrial entity not ramping up the way that they expected?
The entity not ramping up the way that they expected.
And then how do they make us whole on that? How do we work with them to make that?
If I may, and Tim may have comments as well, when we review the load forecast, there's a couple of dozen entities in that larger industrial class that underconsumed relative to our forecast. And so when you see that industrial variance, it's a compilation of customers in there. My experience with hookups and interconnects is that generally we're fairly timely, at least in this class, and there can be a number of impacts to those businesses. Some of them are large loads, and when they ramp, it's fairly normal, unfortunately, to see this kind of volatility. Sometimes that can be due to implications to their business in particular. Sometimes it can be due to supply chain issues. Just kind of depends on the type of customer we're talking. We spent a lot of time this year on this dynamic as it relates to 24. Try and make sure this is done as best we can. And I think we did as good a job as we thought we could. But I welcome others in to comment.
I would just echo Brad's comments that the reasons for customers, some of these large customers are sometimes the nuance of them is as varied as the customers themselves. But generally, you can boil it down to either issues in execution, maybe expansion on their business, many of which are supply chain related. Some of those are related to dynamics in their business climate. Some of these large customers are, I'll say, commodity related. As the winds blow in certain commodities, that drastically affects the load that the electric load that they need. So they're in a business that experiences high variability of their business, which creates high variability in the load.
So echoing Brad, the teams have put a great deal of effort. I'd say over this year and going into the 24 COP on, we've always worked with those customers closely. We're ramping that up and really increasing the degree of internal collaboration, not only to get the initial forecast for the COP right, but we review it on a monthly basis. We touch base with those customers. We check in on them so we understand what direction things are headed in their business so we can refine our forecast month to month.
And does that 26 million have an effect on other customer classes? Rate increases and having those expenses offset by other customer classes?
I think it's a great question. I think the way we've concluded this year is that we were able to hit the 2.0 net service coverage and revenues were sufficient to double our principal and interest.
Can I highlight too that that's one side of the equation. Our costs, which, end of the day, we would be able to sell that electricity out in the market from a wholesale perspective. So there's other offsets. The way we account for things isolates them by themselves, but you have to look at the whole ecosystem for the impact is less than that. I'd also highlight too that just in the industry, this is top of mind for all utilities as we continue to see a focus in growth in the industrial sector. Every utility that I talk to continues to really focus in and try to improve in this area because it's something that has not been seen before. And so a heavy focus for everyone. We're not the only ones continuing to focus in this area.
When we do the load forecast, to take your sentiment back to these customers and discuss the importance of accuracy. So thank you very much.
Red team in a little bit here.
That's great. That's good. We do a lot of that internally. We spend a lot of time focusing on this and asking the questions. Will this materialize? How can we get the best forecast possible?
Yeah, let me just echo Yuri. I don't want you to be alone in that. I think as we look at all of the forecasted growth, like the variability of massive growth is like, that makes me a little uncomfortable, right? So, but it's helpful to hear you describe the nature of the offsets on the SSN ledger, right? This isn't just, oh, that went away and I guess there's no offset to that. So that's helpful to understand.
We'll go on to the next slide. So
What are you looking for?
to the year-end 23 unplanned adjustments.
Well, they're moving on there. I'll just mention too that as we went through this information at the Finance Committee meeting, I guess one of the things that was comforting to me is that we are dealing with supply chain issues and we are feeling very frantic about, being able to meet our customers' needs, but they're dealing with supply chain issues too. So, there's something within the whole economic situation that kind of helps things balance out a little bit. I drew a little comfort from that, I guess, that everybody's dealing with those same situations regardless of what their area of business is. Okay.
Point. Here's a slide we were referring to earlier as we talked about excess expenditures, what's going on with the pension account. There's been a discussion in the past. We'll remember back in April, the board approved us to cease funding of our decommissioning trust. Then the question that surfaced, well, what happens to those dollars? And so I want to be able to explain in detail what we're proposing. This impacts not only 23, but also 24. And so it's a perfect opportunity to do that bridge on a number of different topics. I'm going to take us down from top to bottom. So folks will remember back in April, we were talking about the unplanned savings of the decommissioning trust. Again, great outcome in the fact that with the trust is fully funded, we can stop funding that from rates. And that created an excess of 55.4 million. As we've operated through the year, we've talked about the fact that we've had to go out into the marketplace in terms of purchasing power for the interruptions we saw relative to assets. That would go through the FPPA. We would then increase rates in 2024. What we're proposing here is that that under collection that would be put upon 2024, we're proposing to offset that with $17.2 million of the proceeds that we have available. Similarly, on the decommissioned savings applied for the pension, I talked about this a moment ago, but to get a little more clear in terms of where we've come up with what we believe the annual contribution to be when we put together the COP. We don't get the finalized numbers until the January timeframe. What we saw was we continued to have poor performance in 2022. So we're able to offset an increase of $4 million if we transfer into the pension $50 million. So as we were talking about that $5 million amortization or the 5-year amortization, that would require us to put in $4 million additionally. We've gone back and we've looked and we've said, hey, we have $35 million in the decommissioned benefit reserve account that's there. Our decommissioning trust is fully funded in terms of what we need to contribute. Those dollars are available. If we contribute an additional $15 million, that gets us to the $50 million required pension contribution, which then reduces the ongoing future years payments of $4 million. So again, a way to reduce the impact on future rates. And then lastly, when we lump together our projected performance for the end of the year, it's $5 million, so not a huge dollar amount, but ultimately for us to hit the 2 times coverage, we would need to use $5 million of the 55. That would leave us with approximately $18 million. Again, how the year ends up has yet to be determined. That's our best projection right now. But those would also be dollars in excess of the 2 times coverage that potentially could be put into the decommissioning benefit reserve account as well. And so again, as we think through where we're ending up, think back to April, the $55 million, as we fast forward to how 23 is ending up, and then also what could potentially impact 24, we thought to produce this summary. Hopefully it captures, there's a lot of detail here, but hopefully it's useful in terms of what we're projecting for 23, and then also what we'll be talking about the COP here in just a few moments after lunch. What we're assuming is how we're able to utilize those dollars to reduce the impact to our customers' rates in 2024.
Jeff, the bottom bullet they're dealing with, showing the decrease in industrial revenue than was forecast. I think later on there might be a chart that is a little bit more detailed than that. I find that kind of interesting. That's kind of contradicts what the forecast long term, right? As far as the industrial growth.
In terms of where we ended up this year
Yes.
versus what we're forecasting. Yes.
I thought we could turn around. Is that
Correct. We're looking, we expect and we've continued to, as we talked about, fine tune the forecast and the process we utilize to come up with those forecasts. But this is decreased industrial revenue. It's not a decrease. It's a decrease to what we had forecasted.
Sure. No, less than was forecast, right? I guess I'm saying is obviously it's less than you anticipated, but long term we're expecting stronger.
The rate of growth has been very significant. I don't have the number in front of me for 2023. It just wasn't as high as it is. Yeah. And so it's an important piece to understand too, because that could be interpreted in a number of different ways.
Director Cavan, I think what you mentioned is very, very important for me because when you're a utility or in a business that's growing at the rate that we are growing, timing growth makes a big difference, right? Because we are required to use a lot of our capital to build infrastructure, and then accurately timing that with the revenue coming in, that growth coming in makes it. This is where the art meets the science, and this is where we're having the financial strength that we have, having the reserves that we have, rate stabilization accounts that we have will be incredibly important. I was going to comment on Jeff Bishop and the work that he has done, how he has led the finance organization. As someone who did that in the past, I fully appreciate you're landing a very large airplane on a 1%, $18 million is 1% of our budget. Coming down at the end of the year with that level of accuracy, knowing what happened with revenues, and we have industrial customers, and big power outages, all of these headwinds and tailwinds through the year and still be able to come back and, within a 1% margin, land this budget at the end of the year. I think it's commendable. It's not gonna get any easier with the growth that we're experiencing. So I really appreciate the questions and the Director Mullen, you said red teaming, and I really welcome that piece, that culture of curiosity that we're all gonna have to continue to push, because this is not business as usual by any means.
So I highlight this as just an element of reporting, but it impacts a couple action items that are out there, the excess expenditure authority approval, and then also the 2024 COP. And welcome additional questions. This was a lot to digest. It's in your packet. If we have questions here, fantastic. Otherwise, I'm happy to take questions offline as well.
Sounds like we're good on that item.
Thank you.
So that was the last item scheduled before our lunch break. We do plan to return to the Finance Committee after lunch, but at this point, we'll take a break until 1 o'clock and come back and have the longer agenda item, the presentation of the corporate operating plan for 2024. So see you back at 1 o'clock. Back, everyone, to the afternoon portion of our committee's meeting. We'll resume with the Finance Committee, and Dr. Spurgeon, I don't know if you have anything to say about this or if you just want to get started over to Jeff.
Mr. Bishop?
Great. All right, get underway. Well, I'm excited to present the 2024 COP presentation. It's an exciting time to be at the utility. Obviously, things are transforming very quickly. My goal today is to go through the presentation. I want to do a quick overview in terms of how we develop the plan. I think that's an important context for not only the board, but the public in terms of the level of diligence that's put into it. We'll walk through the key assumptions driving the plan, and then walk through the financial outcomes and ultimately the rate impact. We're looking for hopefully a board's recommendation to approve this in December. Relative to the budget process, I want to take just a few minutes to go through that. Again, it's important that you understand the process, but also the discipline that goes into that. As you see the report, I would highlight that there's really 10 months of activity that's gone in to make this happen. As we think about it, we go through and we start this off in the February timeframe. Javier already talked about the 4 priorities that we come up with. We meet as an executive to level of work that needs to be done. Here as we focus on 5 years out, and from there we've really honed in on the 4 strategic priorities: resource adequacy, technology transformation and investment, two-way communication, and master facilities plans. We've talked in detail with the board about that over the past year. We also make sure that that aligns with our Power the Future 2050 goals. And again, that's all affirmed in the February session. Coming out of that effort, we really hit the ground running in March with the load forecasting work. And I would harken back to the conversations we had just a moment ago in terms of how we continue to improve in that area. That's really a focus. With that, then we get into our wholesale marketing model. So as you think about how does the system get run, how do we integrate with SPP, how does it all get pulled together? We do multi-year runs. Coming out of that in the May to July time frame, we meet with our individual business units and have challenge sessions on what we're moving forward to the ultimate budget for the prompt year. And we jump into what's called resource optimization sessions. That's a 2-month period where we have challenge sessions amongst the ELT, walking through specifically where our activities are, trying to hone in on exactly what will be the basis for the budget. And again, all that comes together for purposes of trying to make sure we've got the right outcome. We're delivering the outcomes that we need for our customers. I'll also highlight that we're in a bit of an unusual cycle. Board is very heavily engaged in near-term resourcing. We talked about customer demand in great detail, effectively since the first part of this year. We've also gone through and highlighted the processes, Brad, Lisa, Tim, in terms of how we've developed the load forecast. Coming out of that as well, how that's transitioned into the near-term resourcing plan, which the board approved in August. And Brad and his team did such a wonderful job of pulling together. So you've been in the middle of what we're about to present, probably much more so than we would typically. So we appreciate that. I think that'll help to make a much more informed decision as we move forward. So move on to the next slide. We've got the material assumptions that drive the 2024. Again, we've got those broken down by major assumption. Out of the gate, in terms of revenue adjustments, we're projecting a revenue adjustment or rate increase of 2.5%. Take this very seriously. We know this impacts all of our customers, especially in the climate that we're in right now financially. We make sure that we reduce that as best we can. What we're proposing, and we're going to go through this in more detail, is a 3.1% increase in base rates. And then relative to the FPPA, we're forecasting a decrease or requesting a decrease of 0.6%. So net those two together, it's a 2.5% increase. I would highlight this comparison to inflation. When we look at general inflation through September, we're pretty proud that we're able to be lower than that. General inflation is at 3.7%. As we look at the energy sector, over the past 24 months, we've seen a 15% increase. And highlight relative to EIA data, looking at 21 versus 11.4% increase in rates that are being seen out there. So we feel very fortunate in the fact that what we're bringing forward to beat that. I would highlight the focus that our team has to make sure we're as disciplined as possible to keep costs in check and keep the impact to customers as low as possible. As we look at retail energy sales, again, we're seeing an increase of 5.2% over last year's budget. Driver of that is growth. We're seeing that across all customer classes, residential, commercial, and industrial. Largest driver is in the industrial category. But again, I'd highlight that this load growth is critical for our efforts as we look to invest in our people, program, and assets. It's important that we have that growth. Wholesale revenues, in terms of dollars, we see a decrease of 16.5% over last year's budget. When we look at that, there's really two components coming into play. We'll talk more about this in detail. Lower congestion hedging revenues are driving that down. And then also as we have less to sell into the market as we continue to see our load growth increase.
Hey, Jeff, just for clarification, to explain the difference between budgeted and projected. For instance, we will be establishing the budgeted 2024 here shortly. But the projected is what the actual.
That's what we're forecasting right now for the end of 23. So we're really looking here to say that in December or November of last year, here's where we set wholesale revenues at as we're projecting forward for the end of the year. How's it actually land? Okay, great question. I'm going to be typically doing a budget on budget comparison, but happy to walk through any of the numbers that folks would like. And specifically, as we get down to purchase power, that's an interesting one. So we see that an increase in 5% over last year. And again, that's due to increased market purchases to serve our load growth. Relative to what we saw for our 2023 projection, we saw that it's actually a decrease because we had less to actually increased unplanned outages in 2023.
Was this 5% more units, or was that 5% more dollars?
Dollars. So up top, retail energy sales and volume megawatt hours, and then all the other items would be in dollars. Thank you. Good question. All right. Let's go on to the next slide. So as we look at fuel expense, again, as we continue to evolve our portfolio, we see our fuel expense will increase by 9% or $14.9 million. That's largely associated with us bringing our new gas generation units online. So it's an increase in fuel costs with their first year of service. We expect those units to be online currently in Q3 of 2024. So naturally, we'd expect to see those costs increase. Relative to expenditures in total, when we bring together both our capital, and I'll talk about that in a moment, plus our operating costs, we see that our total budget would be $2.1 billion. So relative to what I just brought forward a moment ago, in terms of the expected forecast for 2023, it's about a 5% increase. And on the financing side, we're expecting to be active in the debt market. We talked about that a moment ago with our 2023 issuance. We're expecting to have net proceeds from financing of $424 million in the 24 budget. And again, that'll be utilized to finance our capital program as it always is. Move on to the next slide. Good news story here. As we think about the decommissioning trust fund, it's fully funded, so that's a success. Going through specifically what will happen for Fort Calhoun, we see that $15.3 million of contributions will take place to the fund, but that actually comes from the existing earnings that are in the fund. So that's a great outcome. It's self-funding. And as it relates to actual expenditure, so this is the work being done at Fort Calhoun. We're projected to have $115.3 million of decommissioning expense as a result of that. Next, we like to focus on our base load units. Those are the bread and butter in terms of making sure we can keep the lights on. We want to make sure that we're investing those appropriately. We see others that don't, and ultimately there are short-term and long-term impacts to that in terms of reliability and also relative to financial impact. As we look at our total base load budgeted costs, we see for 2024 in total, 28.8 million or 86 days that we'd expect those units to be offline, with Nebraska City 1 being off for 42 and North Omaha Station being off for 44 days. As we then move on to other outages that we don't have reflected here, again, we've got outages on Cass County Units 1 and 2, and then also Sarpy Units 1 and 2 as well.
Jeff, real quick, sorry, bit of logistics. This is listed as a 90-minute item overall, and so directors, if you have specific questions throughout, please go ahead. But from our discussion about the preparation for this meeting, we were anticipating about 45 minutes of presentation and then a Q&A at the end. And so if you have broader questions, please feel free to keep those for the end. We do anticipate a lengthy opportunity for discussion at the conclusion of the presentation. And I had promised Javier I would remind everyone of that in person today, and I missed it until the end of the executive summary. But I forgot that too. But thank you for that interjection.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarity. All right. Those are the assumptions. Let's get into the financial outcomes. So as it relates to the rate increase drivers, we've highlighted 3 here, and I'm going to start at the bottom. When we think about overall costs and what it takes to operate today, we are seeing inflationary pressures, just as everyone else is throughout your personal lives and as well as your professional lives. In addition, in terms of power costs, we continue to see those increase, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then in terms of our capital, we continue to have a robust investment in terms of our capital portfolio, making sure that we're focusing in and investing in our existing assets, and also making sure that we are focused in our key priorities, like I talked about a moment ago, our technology, master facilities plan, and resource adequacy. A couple of other items to note just relative to O&M costs, inflationary pressures. Again, we're seeing that in labor, parts, our cost to borrow. I'll highlight that in terms of our capital portfolio. We talked about specifically where the market was when we first had projected to go out and do our debt offering and where it ended up. We're continuing to see pressure relative to rates, and that continues to put pressure relative to our debt service coming off our capital portfolio.
Jeff, quick question. Is the higher margin that we have now, is that part of the rate increase driver, or is that really nothing?
The higher margin.
So then we have to have a higher reserve margin that we have for the utility. Does that drive some of the rate increase, or is that?
That would be baked into our total power cost. So as we're out purchasing capacity, that would be part of our purchase power.
If you remember the change we got from the Southwest Power Pool going from 12% to 15%, it's a requirement we have to meet. Since that change happened, we really haven't added we haven't brought any new resources online. We have had to go out and purchase capacity as we always do. I think something that I want to make sure that we touch on explicitly is that the near-term generation portfolio that was approved by the board in August, eventually, as we talked many times, that will very likely result in additional rate pressure, but that's not going to come to us until late in the 2027, 2028 that timeframe. What you're seeing here now is just current operations as they are, and I think as Jeff mentioned, it's getting more and more expensive to serve and buy power in the market, et cetera, but it's not related to those new. Those new investments are yet to come. And I think it's important, you and I talked about the distinction between these rate increase, fund current operations, fund current challenges, solve current challenges versus the anticipated rate increase that we expect from the new generation that will come online later, 2027.
It's an important point to clarify. Thank you, Javier. All right. We'll walk into each of these in more depth here as a moment, but wanted to highlight the basic drivers again. Not a surprise, inflationary pressures. Again, we're active relative to our capital portfolio, and we are seeing our power costs increase our cost to serve our customers. We go on to the next slide, please. I will pause for a moment just to appreciate the healthy financial picture that this provides relative to our continued increase in wholesale revenues. We'll highlight this, that the residential customers do anchor our overall revenues, followed by commercial and lastly industrial. As we look to 2024, we can see that we expect to exceed the 2023 projection by 86 million, or 9.5%. That's important to note because those additional, the 86 million is important relative to funding, covering our costs, investing in our people, making sure that we're able to invest in program and assets. If that wasn't available, we wouldn't be able to do that. We'll highlight this, that industrial growth outpaces our other customers. We are assuming a substantial amount of growth. I'll highlight in the forecast, we've got residential projections to have almost 4,100 new customers come on board. If you multiply each of those by 2.5, that's what we assume is in the house. That's 10,000 people. So a 2.9% growth rate. I'll highlight this just from an observational perspective. As we're out driving around the community, it's amazing to see the number of new housing developments, apartments, commercial space. I think that really resonates and provides support. I'll also highlight when we look back at our 23 Q2 results, we saw year on year that OPPD added 6,600 customers. 6,400 of those were residential. When you convert that, that's 16,000 people coming into our area. So we really do see.
Was that, Jim? I'm sorry. What period of time was that? So just
this was Q2 of 2023. So looking at a couple months back when we presented the results, and then looking back a full year to see how many new customers came into the area. So this projection is a little bit lighter than that with what we've got in 24, but I would look back to 23 just as an example of the level of growth. And again, as we think about this, this should really be a refresh a lot of these assumptions as we walk through these in detail relative to the near-term resourcing presentations that happened over the course of the past 6 months. We move on to the next slide. Here we've got our net power costs, and this is, we like to pull these together because they balance each other out. We've got fuel and purchase power up top, and then also wholesale revenues across the bottom. There's a storyline here to tell. When we look back at 2021, we see that things are quite elevated on both sides of the ledger, both our costs as well as our revenues. That was the polar vortex. We saw incredibly elevated market prices. As we move into 2022, we see the same thing as well. We saw, not to the same extent, but we did continue to see higher commodity prices, really driving both our costs on the upper side as well as our revenues on the lower table to be elevated. We've now seen in 2023 that costs have come back to normalized state. As we look forward, when we look at fuel, we see that fuel will be increasing by $15 million or 9% budget to budget. Again, as we continue to add our new natural gas peakers, those will be generating, and also we'll be incurring the costs associated with fuel for that. Relative to purchase power, on the blue, we see that in addition that we'll expect a $15 million increase. And again, that's with us going out to meet our increased load. We're out actively in the market purchasing that power. So that's a 5% budget on budget increase. When we get down to wholesale revenues, we continue to see that decline. That's not surprising. we're continuing to use a portion of our generation. We're not able to sell it to the market because we're using it to serve load. We're also seeing that our congestion hedging revenues are coming in less than they have historically. As we've looked at it's correlated to natural gas pricing. As natural gas prices have come down, as I talked about in 21 and 22, we're also seeing the expectation that those hedging revenues will decrease as well. And so that's really the two drivers. We're seeing a $23 million decrease between budget on budget for wholesale revenues. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Here we've got our operation and maintenance expense broken out by major category of spend: A&G, transmission, distribution, production, and customer. Before we jump into the budget on budget comparison, it's important to call out 2023. What we've got projected here is the $50 million pension contribution. We talked about that just a moment ago before lunch, that would be incurred in 2023. We're required to recognize that as an expense. So you'll see that 2023 is elevated by that amount. And then we've also got some higher production costs associated with experience in 2023. As we look at the drivers between 24 budget compared to 23, we're seeing about a 9.5% increase, which is substantial, but we would highlight that there's a number of factors coming into play. One is inflation. We're continuing to see higher costs for parts, for labor. As we're out in the active marketplace trying to retain talent, costs are continuing to increase. It's a very competitive market. We're also seeing that our outage costs are coming in higher than we had in 2020, than we had budgeted in 2023. And then just across the board in terms of the amount of headcount that's needed to support our generation growth and our enterprise priorities continues to increase our O&M costs. More specifically, I wanted to go through the categories. So we look at transmission and distribution, we see a $17 million increase. A substantial portion of that is associated with headcount growth. We've got 23 FTEs coming on and that's being spread between our engineering teams, crews, and asset management. I will highlight this. We've had a number of different questions that have come up about customer connects. What are we doing to make sure that we're connecting customers as quickly as possible? We do hear from time to time from different organizations as well as individuals, concerns that they have with our time to get them connected. Relative to that, we are investing in those areas. So we're doubling the engineering function between our outside engineering resources, and we're also increasing our internal capacity by 40%. If we look at 23 versus 24, again, really making sure that that's not the bottleneck. We've got the right resources available to get the work done. Customer service is also adding a project manager to focus on development projects to help make field work as efficient as possible and reduce work and also just delays that happen in the process. And as it relates to our general and residential business work, we're really focused in on making sure that we've got the right level of people. We've got a new electric service designer coming on in 2024 to really help facilitate that work. I had an opportunity to go out recently and be out in the field, which was fantastic. See what they do, see all the different coordination points there. They are really the coordination point between the customer and the utility. So our focus is to make sure that we're being responsive to those customer needs and that we're staffing up appropriately. So you'll see a good portion of that come through the T&D area. We're also seeing cable locating coming in substantially higher. $3 million is what we've got in this year's as an increase. Every year we continue to exceed our budget with the number of required cable locates. And so that continues to be something we want to make sure that we budget for appropriately. And then just more broadly in terms of investment in resource adequacy and two-way communications, as we look to advance those priorities, we've got to bring people on to facilitate that work. I'd also highlight just a moment more about just the amount of work that's going on at the utility. As we think about vegetation management, 850 miles of vegetation management. That's critical to ensure that we've got the right level of reliability on the system, making sure that we're up on top of that we're maintaining the cycle of vegetation management, that we can get repeatable. That's where we're at. So in terms of helicopter inspections, 900 miles, transmission detail inspections, 350 miles, and pole inspections, almost 18,000 poles. What I'm trying to highlight is the amount of work that goes on behind these numbers that people won't necessarily see. But that's been a big focus by management teams in those areas to make sure we're held accountable, to make sure we've got the right reliability for our customers. We need to be staffed up appropriately to get that done.
Jeff, you said those are all in the T&D.
The way I explained in terms of like the customer, the folks that would impact the customer experience, a lot of that's in T&D. There would be a couple that would be in customer service and A&G. But great question. Yeah. When we get to production, we're seeing an increase there of $16 million. Again, headcounts is a large portion associated with that. We have seen, as we look at reflect upon the outage experiences that we had in 2023, folks working months on end with no days off, 400 plus hours. We want to make sure we're staffed up appropriately in the future so folks can have the right work-life balance. We're also seeing in terms of outage costs, an increase of 5.2 million, 23 versus 24. And then in terms of just additional dollars associated with resource adequacy, additional investment. Next, as we move to A&G, I differentiate that between customer, but it's going to be the lower number, brown. We see that we're going from 152 million to 167 million. So $15 million increase. You're seeing that's driven largely by costs. So medical costs, 5.1 million of additional costs for medical, pension, 6.5 million in the two largest drivers. We've also got some additions to headcount, notably to support our technology work. Kate did a fantastic job to highlight the amount of work that's needed in technology, not only from a cyber perspective, keeping us safe, but as it relates to the backbone, tech transformation that we've talked about relative to priority 2, priority 3 on AMI. Those take people to get that work done. And then also in terms of safety and facilities, those are the largest areas that we've seen in terms of headcount, making sure as we think about the master facilities plan, we've got to have people in place to get that work done. Director Mohan.
So in 23, we budgeted 152 and then but our actuals coming in much higher than our budgeted for last year. Can you give me an idea of what?
That's great. That's the pension expense. That's a $50 million. So you see it's about $51 million difference. That's because that comes through, pension gets booked to A&G. Great observation.
Change. Since you've already gone through all the categories, if people aren't keeping tabs, so the FTE increase that we're planning for next year, we're talking about supplies, materials, fuel, etc. But none of these can be done without people. And so there has been a concerted effort to make sure that we are very conservative and that we're good stewards of people's funds, and at the same time that we are aiding our existing workforce with the numbers that we need. What is anticipated FTE increase?
155.
155 net more employees than we have this year.
Yeah. And that's still down from.
So at the end of this year, we'll end up close to, and don't quote me exactly, but it's about 2,100, a little bit less than 2,100. So we're adding 155 more, which is, it's a very significant addition because you have to take into account all of the retirements, promotions, lateral movements. So our human capital team is going to be super busy. That translates into over 400 vacancy processes that will net, hopefully, or at least part of the budget, it's 155 new people. We're growing, we're adding many miles of street lights, of distribution lines, transmission lines, customers to serve. I think that's very important to highlight. OPPD many years ago, back in 2015, we were at 2,300 employees. We aren't there yet.
That was with Fort Calhoun.
That was Fort Calhoun, and we reduced a lot of employees, and now we have slowly built that workforce back again. I wanted to highlight that piece, because when I talk to employees, I go to different sites and I talk to our employees, they want to know, what are we doing to help with that work-life balance?
So, sorry for clarification, we expect to be about 2,100 at the end of 2023. We expect to be closer to 2,250 at the end of 2024.
I will get you the exact numbers by the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
You can text me and I can.
Okay.
Get that pulled together. I would just accentuate what Javier said in terms of the focus on people. We had many discussions around what people were asking for, making sure that obviously the positions are needed, but then also challenging too, to make sure if we can push something off, walk before you run in terms of how many people you add to an organization. Many hours devoted to really fine tuning that 155. So I want to provide some confidence as people look at that increase, that we had a very diligent process to go through that. Go to the next slide. I'm going to take a few moments to talk to you about our CapEx program. You'll see that, as I talked about before, a sizable request. An important piece of how we look at it is philosophically, we break it apart into 3 different categories. 30% of that are sustained, expand, and then enterprise priority. Sustain is making sure that we're investing in what we already have today. We're maintaining our existing assets. With that, we want to see that where the request is for $219 million, or $218 million, excuse me, of sustain. And that's an important piece as we think about making sure that we're enabling the reliability that we have on our T&D assets or generation assets. We'll highlight this. We oftentimes like to go back and benchmark our historic depreciation. I'll go back to like a 5-year run rate of depreciation. It's about $160 million. So this makes us feel good that we're continuing with the 218. As we continue to add more assets, continue to grow, that we're investing reasonably in sustaining the existing assets. And we've seen if we don't, what happens in terms of reliability. So that's a continued focus. As we go on down to the expand, so this is our existing footprint, but where we're continuing to add to the district space. We see that's 15% or $105 million. And again, when we think about different projects that come into play, that's different residential projects in terms of underground comes into play, overhead electric facilities, different substation transformers for new developments. Those are the dollars associated with the expand. And then as we think about where is the organization going, we've talked a lot about enterprise priorities. It's 56%. And specifically are $403 million. And as we think about that, that goes back to our priorities. AMI projects is about $43 million of it. Master facilities plan, $67 million. The breakdowns of specifically all of the capital projects can be located in the COP book. And that has good detail in terms of what the specific costs are going to be for those projects. But again, I would highlight that really goes back to the 4 priorities that we've highlighted earlier: resource adequacy, technology transformation, two-way communication, and then master facilities plan. Let's keep moving to a more detailed breakdown of the capital expenditures. Here we see how it's broken out by different categories. So you see in total, we would be increasing the 2023 budget is 640. Again, we talked about the excess expenditures coming through. We expect it coming to 651 as projected for 2023. We're increasing that to 727 million for purposes of 2024. And again, as we look at the drivers, the biggest drivers here will be in your T&D section. That's the middle blue section, about a 24% increase. And again, that's associated with additional investment in the electrical grid system focused on reliability in our growing community. If we go down to the general, we see that that's 13.4%. And specifically with that, the driver being associated with the investments we have in investment technology in our master facilities plan. And then production is one would anticipate in the brown down at the bottom. You'll see that we continue to invest at relatively the same levels. That's grown over the course of time with our Power the Purpose. I will highlight that in 2024, again, we'll have the two Power the Purpose projects in service. So that's what's continued to drive the 2024 budget need. All right, let's get on to how do we pay for this? We've got rates, and then we've also got our financing plan. So here's a consolidated view of our long-term financing and debt ratios. You can see here that similar to 2023, we're going to be active in the marketplace. We've talked about that. Our focus again will be to ensure that we've got our days cash on hand between 150 and 200. We're maintaining that AA rating. That's critical, especially as we continue to move forward. As we look to higher interest rate markets, that's where this really pays off to have that AA rating. With that, again, we've talked here, we've tried to highlight the refunding. So when folks look at the dollar amounts, you can see in total, for example, for 2023, we had new monies of $361 million. We had the refinancing of $89 million and the payoff of our commercial paper of $100 to get us to the $189. So we tried to highlight really how those dollars are being used. And again, you can see here how that rolls out over the course of time. Relative to our debt ratio, we feel very comfortable with where we're at. We see that from a 23 budget to 24 budget, we're going down just slightly from 67 to 66%. So we feel like we're in that sweet range. We can continue to maintain our AA rating as we work with the agencies. We presented this plus a 5-year outlook to the agencies in September. And again, that was supported by that AA rating. So we feel very comfortable with these projections. Let's keep, we're going to move to the next slide. So one item that's unique to OPPD is we do hire a board consultant to do a budget review. Rattle, independent set of eyes, not required, but definitely a best practice in terms of having someone independent come through and test your assumptions. Should provide you some assurance, but also management assurance that we're looking at this correctly when we put together our plans, that there's not any gaps or holes that have been seen. And so we had a number of virtual half-day sessions. Appreciate the staff time to go through that with them earlier this quarter. And then as it relates to the final summary, they've seen no issues with the plan. We'll have a finalized report that will be available so folks can look and make sure that that has been attested to by the consultant. And these are all the different areas that they go through and test. Let's go on to the next slide. So in terms of next steps with the budget, we presented the all committee today. We'll be looking for feedback over the next month. So specifically, different questions folks have, please make sure that you're bringing those forward to us. As it relates to December, we'll present any changes that come forth. Typically, those are minimal, but obviously, if we need to do that, we will. We'll present those to the Finance Committee on December 8th, and then ultimately to the board on December 19th, and look to hopefully get board approval on the 21st. Any questions on that before we jump into the rate action? Okay, no questions. Let's move forward. All right, on our first slide, we wanted to provide a visual of how we compare ourselves relative to national rates. And this is average customer rate. And again, we continue to see over the course of time that our competitive edge, which is really important as we think about folks continuing to come in, they want low cost power and reliable power. And we do a fantastic job of that in Nebraska. And so as we look at the trend over time, you can see how we've continued to improve. We haven't reported this out yet, but this will be the item. Again, it's on a delay. This is for 22, but you see that our competitiveness compared to our national industry colleagues is roughly 26.5% below the national average. Again, we will see we don't have 23 up and available yet in terms of the 2.5% impact, but we think that based upon what we've seen through observing others in our area, that we'll we'll continue to increase that competitiveness. And that gets highlighted here when we go to the next slide. So here's a showing in terms of where we're at relative to other folks that are in the area. We've got everything from folks like in PPD where we've seen 0, and then others in the area where it's 8.4% with that's a Alliant. So what you see here is in general industry trends, load growth, rising wholesale costs, supply constraints, and inflationary costs are continuing to increase across the board. And that's what's being really reflected in terms of the proposed retail rate increases. Again, this is our ability to go out when we're able to find public information and bring that forward, just for context, in terms of how we're comparing to others.
Jeff, on the previous slide, the competitive rates slide, can we look back there real quick? We look at this presentation in a couple different ways during SD2. I know we look at it. Can you remind us what numbers are reflected here for national and OPPD? This says EIA data. How is this number calculated? What does this reflect?
This will be very simplistic. So it's going to be your 2022 EIA data. So total revenues divided by total megawatt hour sales. So just plain average. It's not broken apart by customer class.
Something important here is that our board has asked us, has set the bar even higher. Our SD2 tells us we need to be at least 10% below, not the national average, but the regional average, acknowledging that we are in a region that generally has lower costs than the rest of the nation. And so when we have SD2 monitoring report, we'll go in depth, really looking at the region and looking at customer class by customer class. This is another opportunity for us to compare ourselves not only to the region, but to the nation. Because frankly, that's where we're getting a lot of customers, a lot of requests, new load coming in. They're not necessarily coming from neighboring states. It's not residential customers moving from neighboring states to here. It's national firms choosing within the national footprint where to come. So we thought it was prudent for us to show these at a national level, but acknowledging that really the board, our accountability to the board is even higher than that. This sounds great. It's even more important for us to be at least 10% below the regional average, which is
good. Yeah, just highlighting that this is a different presentation of the same information that we're viewing in a more detailed view at a different time. So we are aware that this is different than what has been presented at other times. But that is intentional. And then we will see more detailed information during SD2.
Sure.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay. Want to keep us moving? So let's go one more slide. So as it relates to the 2024 rate action, there's a number of components to break apart here. It was useful to have our prior conversation in terms of the forgiveness. I've got that highlighted here. If we were able to utilize the decommissioning trust funds, we would expect to see a rate associated with that. Fortunately, we don't have that. That would be a component of which would be the under collection that would impact us in 2024. With that, again, as we've looked at the general rate increase, it's 3.1%. We've also gone back to look at specifically the FPPA factor, and that's composed of two pieces. There's a portion that sits within the base rate, and then there's also the FPPA factor, which we're proposing to decrease by 0.6%. So fundamentally, when your costs have increased or your generation has adjusted, that's a driver to move forward with doing that adjustment. And so that's why we're advocating for the general rate increase of 3.1 and the FPPA factor to increase about 0.6%. And that gets us to a net impact of 2.5%. Other rate changes, if we can go on to the next slide. Couple items to note, retirement of a large power high voltage transmission level 261. There's not new customers that are currently utilizing that, so we can get rid of that class. Changes to our general, just a couple tactical pieces. Reduction in our activation fees that's associated with our landlords and non-landlords. It's a $2 drop. Reflects the cost to administer that it's decreasing with time, so that would reduce. Also, when we look at tenant attachment fees, this is pole attachments. Those would be increasing by $2.15. Again, we're continuing to make sure that we're covering all of our costs associated with that, and we're continuing to see a large number of interests of people attaching to our line. So that's or attaching to our poles. So that's an important piece that we make sure that they're charged appropriately. And then creation of new rates for our street lighting, rate 350. Again, every year we come up with new methods to address kind of the unique preferences that they have for street lighting. So there'd be 5 new street lighting offerings that are being proposed. Again, you can see this in the regulation standard. There's a red line that was put within the packet. Folks can find that on Diligent.
Clarification there. So you list rate 261 has no customers in it. We have a very similar titled rate 261M, but there is not any change. Those are distinct. 261M will remain. 261 has no customers and is being dropped, but 261M remains and is unchanged. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So here we've got the proposed percent increase by customer class. Again, the detail of this sits within the service reg red line, which is out there for folks to look at publicly. As we go through and look at how we allocate the costs across our different customer classes, that's where we employ the cost of service study. Again, that allocates the cost according to how the customers utilize the system. Best practice in the utility industry it ensures that we're following a fair and non-discriminatory process and follows cost causation principles. Specifically, as we move across the different customer classes, some things to note. Residential customers, again, they'll see a total of 1.6%, with 2.2 being general, the offset of 0.6% being the FPPA decrease. And again, that's really based upon what we're seeing in terms of the cost causation principles. They would see a lighter impact from a customer class perspective. As we look at our commercial class, you see an increase there of 5%. Average impact to the monthly bill would be about $1.17. And let me go back on residential, it's about 44 cents a month that we would see in terms of the residential impact is associated with this rate, 44 cents bill increase per month. As we think about commercial, again, looking back at specifically how the system is being utilized, we are increasing the demand rate by $1.17 per kilowatt a month. And again, that has to do with how people are utilizing the system. That's being increased across both commercial and industrial. Lower efficient users will experience higher increases for those folks that ultimately are on the demand charge. But again, in total, about $1.17 per month that would be anticipated for the average commercial customer. Looking forward to our industrials, you'll see that general increase of 2.4, net of the 0.6 gets us to a 1.8% increase. An important point to note here that we are increasing the demand charge. Ultimately, when we look at this relative to them as an entity, the price increase, and when we factor in the volume increase that's reflected, you'll see a very large change from a revenue perspective, right? So the volumetric impact of the amount of growth that's in that area, while the price change isn't the same as commercial, you'll note that because of the volumes coming through, a substantial increase in the revenue impact. So again, it's important to think through price volume impact. That'll also come into play too when we look at our lighting.
On this one, you mentioned that different customers and different classes use the system differently. Is there kind of a general description of what are the additional costs that some classes use? I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it's more expensive to use power on peak. Is that generally what we're getting toward?
If I may, I think, because I've asked the same question in the past, and probably the easiest example here is think about an industrial customer, for example. Typically, a very large industrial customer is located strategically very close to a substation. They're not in the middle of a neighborhood. Right? So the cost assigned to an industrial customer for sure is the generation, the transmission, but there's most of the time, if not ever, there's any distribution charges to an industrial customer. They don't use a distribution system like a commercial customer or residential customer. Therefore, they pay for only the parts of the system that they use. Your point also was important about who uses the system in different ways and the peak, et cetera. That has to do a lot with the load factor and how much, in this case, an industrial customer, generally speaking, is running all the time. They use the system much more efficiently than you and I in our houses, where we're not in the house all the time and we use a lot of power in the morning and then in the evening again. But I think the biggest piece here is in this case the industrial customer that uses almost no, if any, distribution costs versus everybody else. We do assign those distribution costs.
Yeah, and so.
I hope that helps.
Yes. And so the way that we structure our rates is sending an economic signal to our customers about what, where the costs are high and what they should do. If they would like to, if they are interested in decreasing their bill, what types of actions should they take? And efficiency or shifted times of consumption or other types of mechanisms are good ways for them to achieve a low bill within the rate structure that we have. And so I guess I'm looking for kind of broad language that we can convey to people about what are the best steps for you to lower your bill if that is important to you. And so, peak power is more expensive than off-peak power. Are there other general, kind of broad language descriptions of what are the signals we are sending through our rate structure to our customers about what is the best way for them to achieve a low bill based on the different rates?
I think two answers to that, and I really appreciate the question because I think this is what advanced metering infrastructure is going to allow us to do at a very large scale. Today, we have those signals. If you look at our rate manual, which is pretty lengthy, it's over 100 pages long, beautifully written by our staff, by the way. Only a handful of those are truly rates as themselves. The remaining of them are rate riders. And those rate riders allow customers to engage and participate in different variations of their rate so that they can manage their peak and they can take credit for how they manage their peak and they can lower or increase either their energy usage or their bill. So we already have some of those tools in the rate manual. They're not necessarily applicable to the majority of our customers because we don't have a way to meter that. But your point is exactly right. And we've been having these conversations in the past about the declining block rate structure and how that will come to the board in the future to change that and to send a signal for energy efficiency and conservation and try to help incentivize a lower demand when we need it.
Javier, I would supplement your response that in the customer communication that we plan to execute in support of the rate change, where we break individual letters by individual customers by rate class, we'll also plan to include some links and indicators in there because it is in a glass half full sort of way, an opportune time to draw their attention to ways to reduce their usage and reduce the bill. So we'll work to tailor that as much as possible to direct them to certain types of solutions that we offer. And then in larger customers that are represented by our account executives or senior account executives, they'll be having individual conversations with those customers, not only about the impact for them of the change, but again, reiterating ways to promote programs and do energy efficiency to offset some or all of the increase.
Great. Yeah, thanks very much.
Keep us moving on to lighting. So different story, right? Oh, sorry. We go back one. So lighting should catch people's eyes. It's the opposite story of industrial. So price hasn't gotten as high in industrial, but the volume makes up the difference. On the flip side, we're seeing that lighting's going up. But in general, the amount of consumption's gone down with lighting as we've gone to LED conversion. So when we look at the actual overall lighting revenues increased over the course of time because the volumes that they're consuming has decreased more so than the price increase. I will note though that also the capital costs associated with our street lighting has continued to increase and the total number of assets out in the system has grown as well. When we look at this increase, we've gone around to look at others in the area. LES has increased in their rates in terms of street lighting by 9.75%. In 2023, that came through. And then NPPD, despite having a 0% rate increase, has increased their street lighting by 5.4%. So we think there's definitely a trend within the utility world in terms of trying to capture those costs and how the cost causation has adjusted over the course of time associated with those accounts. Obviously, a lot there. We'll expect people to digest. We'll expect questions as well. We'll open up here in just a moment. I did want to get to our last slide, which highlights the work again that the Brattle has done for us relative to the cost of service study for 2024. And I won't go through this in detail, but it highlights specifically the methods that they're using. It's important that we do have them to perform that study. It gives us comfort, it gives the board comfort in terms that we're following the right rate-making principles as we look to implement our COP into a rate structure for our customers.
And this is important, if I may add. I've mentioned this in the past, but I'll just as a reminder, what I really appreciate about this report is twofold. One, make sure that we're not spending too much. We're not overspending on certain areas. That we have someone who, a third-party consultant, who's helping the board make sure that we're held accountable to, hey, making sure that we're spending the right amount of money. However, when I say the right amount of money, I am also very interested in that report to make sure that we are not underspending. So I see I look at this report from both angles as a CEO to make sure that we have a consultant that is giving us some benchmarking to make sure that, hey, we're applying sound principles that at the level of spend, the level of FTEs, supplies, materials we're assigning to these organizations compared to, proportionally speaking, it's the right amount, and that at the same time that we are not potentially starting to undercut or cutting corners or that, and that is important too, to make sure that I can have a corporate operating plan, a budget that delivers not only affordability, but delivers the tools that we need to maintain all the strategic directives that we'll have to monitor during the rest of the year. So it's a good report on both ways.
I appreciate you saying that, because that was kind of the question that keeps coming back to my mind as I look at our rate increases. Is it enough? Right? Is what you're allocating for new resources, for FTEs, all of that, like given the growth and the importance of the work, is it enough? And it sounds to me like that's the needle you're trying to thread.
Right.
Open up the Q&A session. Sorry.
I just, to piggyback on yours, I think about the unplanned outages that always seem to come on Friday night, that weekend, you know. Oh, by the way, a part the size of 2 elephants has quit working and we don't have one on the shelf to replace. And all the headache and you know, the work that went behind the scenes, since all this problems is just huge. And so that's kind of my question. Is there enough allocated? I mean, maybe we'll have replaced all the old parts by the time 2024 rolls around. I kind of doubt that, but those are, they're significant fiscal challenges.
If I may, I actually had very good, very detailed conversations with a few members of the ELT. I'm looking at probably the main one here, Troy Vai. And we talked about that and the notion of contingency and setting aside reserves, whether it's reserves for storms or reserves for outages. And that evidenced itself to us in overtime and additional materials. And there's always a temptation to set aside more. We talked about margin. Dr. Buckner, you talked about that earlier. Are we planning any additional margin? And it's a tricky situation to navigate, because we could do that, but that would result in even higher rate increases or higher revenues collected from customers. We may or may not use them now. History tells us that we'll likely use them because we live in the Midwest and we have storms and we have outages that we don't plan. I think this is where our financial strength comes into play. Having a diverse portfolio of generation resources where we can still make additional money and recover some of our costs if our generation plants are offline. Those those two offset each other. We had a conversation about overtime. We have seen an increase in overtime from our employees. When you have unplanned outages and you only have so many people, and they've been amazing. The women and men who are working at our generation plants have done a fantastic job, but it hasn't been easy. I would rather address that issue with a longer term solution by right sizing our teams, having additional people come in and try to help, than by generating additional reserves for outages. But it is a conversation we have going into next year. Just like every year, we go in with some risks that we know are risks that we're incurring, and we may have a few more storms than we usually have. We may have unplanned outages, and we're just going to have to navigate through the budget season to figure out how do we meet those additional expenditures without having to completely disrupt the rest of the organization. Earlier this year, we had many conversations with the organization about tightening the belts when all of these outages were happening, these unplanned outages were happening. We knew that the end of the year was going to be a little tight, so we sent notices and we asked our ELT to try to rein back in unnecessary spend or discretionary spend. And that's something a tool that we will always use. But I would rather use that than build a margin up front, because that creates a lot more rate pressure.
Yeah.
It's hard to sustain.
Also, a worst case scenario, Javier, we could revisit the rates anytime in the middle of the year, right?
That is correct. So a practice that the board has had all the time has been, we only look at these once a year for a number of reasons, for stability, provide stability to customer owners, et cetera. But there's always an opportunity if there's an emergency halfway through the year and our reserves prove not to be enough, we could always come back to the board. That's last resort. But
You said reserve rate stabilization fund.
correct. Yeah. So we have $50 million in our rate stabilization fund, which it hasn't changed. It's the same amount that we've had for many, many, many years. The organization is much larger now, so the effectiveness of that fund is coming down as the organization grows.
Is that something we should revisit? Should we set a new target for that?
We are. I've already instructed Jeff to look into that and figure out what is the right amount. And it may take us a few years to get there, but I think it's important for us to revisit that. And it'll come next year as part of the work that Jeff is.
So I was looking through all the rider schedules, the red line of the rider schedules. And with the rate increases per kilowatt hour, means that our cost per kilowatt hour going up. But yet in our co-generating and small power producing facilities, the avoided cost remains the same. And so at some point, wouldn't we assume that if our cost per kilowatt hour is going up, then the price that we pay people with co-generating facilities like UNMC or OPPPD or all of those people with cogeneration would be also have an increase in the amount that they get per kilowatt. And in addition, for residential and small commercial, the avoided cost seems to me is going up, but the amount we're reimbursing our customers who provide that cogeneration is not going up. So have we ever looked at that? Is that something we've discussed?
I think that's a great observation. There's a number of factors coming into play. I know Tim Linnell, he's our rates manager, wasn't able to be here in person, but he is online. I don't know, Tim, could you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So that's a terrific question. We're actually in the process of updating our avoided cost study methodology, making sure it's following best practices and modernization. So that is a prioritization. As we look at how do we want to compensate our customers for avoided costs, for different technologies, for different services. That is something that we're working, cross-functional group within the organization is on that team, and we're looking at that. Great question.
Thank you. Appreciate the answer. We'll be looking for that report.
So from the previous slide, we showed the rate changes by customer class, and then we've talked about the rate manual red line version. And at the end of the last item about the COP broadly, we talked about the outreach and engagement. Are we planning to share the entire corporate operating plan online and also the red line version of the rate manual for comments over the next 30 days? Is that right? And then is that intended to be on Community Connect, or what's the mechanism by which people can access that information?
Community Connect, and there'll be a link on OPPD.com to go to community.
Great. Yeah, because we were referencing some of the more specific details that are reflected in the kind of top line numbers here by customer class. But if people are interested in any of the specific information, that will be available as well, which is something we talked about in the pre-committee meeting. I appreciate that being available for us. I want to make sure others have access to that as well. Because the idea about our rates of sending signals to our customers about the costs and if they want to change their behavior in order to achieve that lower bill, there are ways they can understand the rates as reflected in the red lines.
And Chair Williams, also the links that Tim referred to as well will be on that.
Great. Thank you. So Community Connect, as usual. Glad to hear it.
Other questions?
I'm gonna, this is gonna be clumsy, but I'm gonna attempt to connect a couple dots for us today. We heard SD11 earlier, and talked a lot about the great work that's happening from an economic development standpoint. When I think about the way in which we're managing our costs and investing in the resources and people needed to accelerate development, those things kind of click into place for me. They connect really tightly. So in other words, like when I think about, Lisa, to the conversation we've had, like what does the community need? Right now, one of the biggest needs in the community is housing. It's affordable, clean housing. And so everything that we can do to keep those costs down for developers and move them through the process as quickly as possible is helping some of the community engagement development stuff that I think is really needed right now. So I like the way that these things came together, honestly. And I appreciate some of what you described earlier, the investments that we're making in personnel to kind of get through some of the roadblocks that we've been experiencing and hearing about. I think that's a really good responsive posture for us to take based on what we're hearing from folks.
And if I may, that's a good segue. I do have an answer. It is approximately 2,100 employees that we're projecting to end the year early next year. So that would be 155 additional people. Now you'll have some positions that are eliminated, et cetera, but it's just, it's a big number. It's a significant number.
I think it's important, I mean, to bring up the connection piece. It's important to highlight resource piece internally that we're focused on, as well as process. Like how can we be more transparent? We have some pilots going with some builders on how they could potentially do, as they're building their facilities, take on maybe more of the work when we credit them back. We've also got some technology that we're using that allows us to communicate with each other as a small pilot, where they're seeing our schedules, we're seeing theirs, we can track changes, all that kind of stuff. So there's some process as well as resources that are coming here that I think is going to improve things over time. We've also been focusing on job site readiness to reduce the number of truck rolls that we have that are inefficient. So there's a lot of effort around that. Tim's team and my team's been working really closely with customers on that. I think we're making some good progress. And I will tell you that even if we get approval for 155 people, it takes effort these days to fill those. It's not like it used to be. So
and train.
I think teams are trying to move as fast as they can to get position descriptions and things ready to go so that we can move as fast as possible. But I'll tell you right now, it's really difficult to get engineers. That's a really tough place to be right now. We've done a nice job. Mikkel and her team has done a fantastic job.
but it's not easy. And sometimes we have to post these for 3 to 6 months before we get.
Questions, comments? We appear to be complete. Again, if you have questions or concerns, reach back to people. Sure.
Thanks. Okay, quick decision time here, everyone. Next up is systems. Director Moody, do you want to take a few minutes here, or do you want to go through maybe yours and the JTIQ and then take a break? But it feels like a break sometime this afternoon before we get to the end is appropriate. What's better for you?
We're totally flexible.
Let's take a break.
It sounds like Director Kavanaugh.
10 minutes, and then we'll come back. Okay, welcome back from the break, and we took a break right before systems. So Director Moody, Systems Committee, go for it.
Let's do the chair's report if we could. Thank you, Director Williams. Committee met on November 1st. You see the agenda in front of you. A couple of things that I want to highlight on the agenda as far as updates that we won't be getting into detail on today. Item number 3, the transmission line relocation. Long and short of it, there were unfortunate mistakes that were made by third parties when designing and siting an expansion at a local facility. And in an abundance of caution for public safety and with a focus on serving these important constituencies, our OPPD team elected to move a transmission line prior to the resolution of responsibility for the error. So the committee received an update on the project and that OPPD will be seeking payment. So it was a good update. We appreciated it. Nothing for the board necessarily to take action on as it relates to that particular matter. Also drawing your attention to item number 4, the North Omaha Station project. In this instance, the committee received an update on an environmental compliance project at North Omaha Station. And this will be coming to the board for an engineer's certificate in December. So more to come for those that were not on the committee. We just got kind of a glimpse into what was forthcoming. Beyond that, everything else is going to be on our agenda for discussion today. Number 7, obviously, we had the PURPA discussion earlier. That was also in finance. So that is the end of the chair's report.
Director Moody, quick
Yes.
question on the North Omaha Station information. Is any of that public information, or where would people who are interested find updates about that?
The question.
So we're gonna bring it.
Yeah, it's coming next month, right? So you'll get it.
So yeah, there'll be dialogue and. Yeah.
So public information available in December for people who are interested.
Yep.
Great,
Yeah,
thank
we'll
you.
get- Yeah, like I said, there will be board action, so we'll get there. Thank you for the question. Other questions, colleagues? Okay, if not, let's press on to the JTIQ.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon. More word salad. I'm going to welcome Mr. Lang up here. Interesting note on presenters and then a subject primer. You heard Ms. Spady earlier. Ms. Spady's accepted, as you all heard in the pre-committee meetings, the Director of Energy Regulation. That happens to be Joe Lang's former role. Joe has now moved over to Generation Strategy and Origination for those that may be online with us or maybe are wondering who's doing what these days. And so we've got those 2 areas staffed with very strong leaders. Joe has a lot of history on JTIQ. And so a brief moment on this, on the content. SPP builds policy through a member participation process. And so that member participation process goes through a number of working groups all the way up to the Regional State Committee and the Members Committee before it becomes codified in a tariff and before it's filed with FERC. So depending on the subject matter and where it's at in the process, these things can change. And so I want folks to have a good understanding of that. But this is material enough for our business that we need to have a conversation on it now, acknowledging that it can change. And so, Joe, I'll turn it over to you. I really appreciate you doing the presentation today on this important subject matter.
And also, he won't tell you, but Joe happens to be a voting member of the members committee of the Southwest Power Pool. So he represents, so, you know, not only will you hear from him today about this item, but he will have to vote at some point on these and many other matters. So thank you, Joe, for all the work you did for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll dive in here. We've got a few slides. I think we can move through kind of fairly quickly and get to kind of the deeper substance of the discussion. Briefly here on this slide, these are the transmission planning regions FERC has assigned and approved to the various areas of the nation. Certainly, as we all know, the transmission system, you know, covers the vast part of the nation. And so these regions are necessary to plan within their own region and from an inter-regional perspective as well. And certainly OPPDs in the SPP region. Next slide. So some of these elements, when we do regional planning, those processes are well defined. There's lots of specifics, the cost allocation, when a new project is necessary, the elements that justify a new transmission project. It gets more complicated when we're doing inter-regional planning because the regions, they're planning within their own areas. They have different rules. And so when we try to perform inter-regional planning between those areas, the rules conflict. And so we don't have well established kind of definiteness of how we do inter-regional planning. Some additional elements between the regions, you know, as we well know, the generation interconnection backlogs that OPPD's experiencing and you know, certainly not immune from that from the rest of the nation is experiencing those elements as well. But SPP and MISO came together a couple of years ago and noticing all the interconnection backlogs and the backlogs that are the inter-regional impacts of those backlogs. And the two CEOs said, hey, we need to work together and figure out how we can do a study to help address some of these inter-regional backlog impacts. So that study is the Joint Targeted Interconnection Queue study. That's where kind of the JTIQ acronym comes from. And we'll jump to the next slide here. So there's, speaking from an OPPD perspective, there's a number of real-time operation issues that Troy Vise Group sees and Chris Anglin, lots of north-south flow issues. You know, we're right on the seam, and so we're definitely implicated by these issues more so than others. And then from, again, a generation interconnection standpoint, we desperately need generation to add it to the grid, and these backlogs are impacting us severely. So this JTIQ portfolio and these projects help with these issues notably. Next slide. The projects that came out of the portfolio are on the map there to the right. There's 5 distinct projects. One's kind of a substation project and 4 more specific transmission projects. The total portfolio is kind of bounced around as estimates and inflation and all these things are incurring. Initially, it was anticipated to be at about $1 billion portfolio, and it jumped to almost $2 billion. And there were some efficiencies figured out to where it currently lands at $1.7 billion approximately. Mid this year, we applied, sent an application in, a joint application between all these various transmission owners to the DOE. And Carissa brought it up earlier. We were seeking 50% of the full portfolio. We did receive about 25% of the portfolio cost, which helps notably, but it's not the 50% that we were certainly hoping for. So the DOE grant offer to the portfolio and the participants here is about $464 million. OPPD's project costs just for our share of these projects is about $350 million. So OPPD has a very large portion of the project portfolio. The cost impacts, kind of this last bullet here, have been very dynamic. Even since we posted these slides, some very, very considerable items have changed. So between the two regions, in aggregate, the general intent is that load between SPP and MISO load on a regional basis will share in the cost of 10% of the total portfolio cost. Certainly those that, there will be some offset by the DOE funds, subject to all of that working its way through. 90% of the costs are to be borne by new. And so an element, an issue with that is kind of a build it and they will come philosophy that's being applied here from a generating perspective. These projects need to be built to help facilitate the interconnection of generation, and to the extent that generation doesn't show up in the volumes that SPP and MISO are anticipating, the intent has been that the transmission owners, the constructing transmission owners, bear the risk of those costs. And so from an OPPD perspective, that's a drastic situation where our customers will be bearing costs for up to $350 million if generation doesn't show up, and what magnitude shows up. So Director Moody is well acquainted with the process now after attending some SPP meetings and seeing how those discussions go. Just last week, there was a SPP cost allocation working group meeting, and the cost allocation working group is comprised of the state commissions in the various states. Their staff members vote on the SPP cost allocation working group. So last week, we were able to usher through that group and successfully got them to approve having the region, all regional load, backstop these costs. So to the extent generation doesn't show up, it's not solely on OPPD's shoulders, but instead it's spread kind of on a load ratio share basis across the SPP region. There was one state that voted against it, Oklahoma. So we did really well in that regard.
Out of how many? 14?
Yes, 13, yeah, 14, correct. Yep. So I think that covers that element. I'll just say last week was, there's a lot of consternation going up until last week, and a lot of discussions trying to drive the outcome here. And super satisfied with our ability to be successful.
If I may, so this project is not new. We've known about this project for months. Joe, you've known about this for even longer. It has been one of my top risks, at least in my own mental portfolio, things to worry about. And it's still, there are still many steps in the approval process. It provides so much value. The fact that you have two CEOs in SPP and MISO that have such a relationship that we can actually bring this forward, that alone is exceptional. And that we are finding a way to finance these through DOE grants, which is fantastic. My concern at the beginning was how is this going to work financially? There are a lot of upsides to build it, and they will come, and the subscription comes in, the revenues come in, absolutely fantastic. What happens if they don't? And I think having an asset that will benefit the SPP footprint, having the SPP footprint also providing that financial backstop in case the lines are not subscribed, was very important for me. Not only from a financial perspective, but also from a fairness perspective. So these, again, it's not a done deal by any means, but this vote was very, very important to move things forward. And it will be, when the time comes, it will be a very heavy lift for Troy's organization to build these lines when we build them. Having the financial framework that is solidifying in a nice way from my perspective, I think that's very consequential. I want to thank you, Joe, for moving the ball a little further closer to the finish line.
Lots of people
Be
involved.
building the lines that are outside of our service territory. Just
Correct.
Just the portions that are in our service, the two portions of the two.
Which are about 190 miles.
Okay,
So
still
significant.
significant, yeah,
Yeah,
Only 190?
345.
but not all of them.
No, and you can see that on the slide. It's $1.67 billion total between SPP and MISO. Our portion, it's $350 million, which is just what's in our service territory.
Which ones are those? Because this
Oh,
map, I
yeah.
can't read it.
And to clarify one thing on Director Mulholland's question, so these do expand beyond our service territory, but the projects inside the state of Nebraska, OPPD would construct. So we'd construct 98% of this line, then Mid-American would take it on the far side of the river. And then we would construct this line down to the Kansas State border.
I too would just want to make a brief comment. A lot of times we talk about the investment in SPP. We give a lot of staff time to SPP. And this is a big reason why. So when you're in these member group settings, and I think you saw this recommended, you have to compel the room. You have to be articulate and leverage federal policy and existing tariff on how these things are treated. And you have to campaign in a way that drives movement to get the outcome that is equitable for everybody. And that occurs in those meetings. It also occurs substantially outside of those meetings. And I think Joe and Robin and Dan, probably Joe and Dan in particular over a number of years have given I don't think countless hours is an exaggeration for all the side conversations and the leveraging of how we've historically treated this into this application has just been tremendous. And you see the dollar values. And this is why we do it for Eastern Nebraska, because it shows up in these kinds of settings. And I just want to make that a little more vivid.
Let me hop in there just for a moment. So for everybody's awareness, I was invited as the chair of the systems committee to attend the 2-day SPP board meeting, and it was fascinating. I highly encourage if you ever get the opportunity to do that. I just wanted to build on what Brad described, which is to say I want to highlight the fact that there were more than a few people who, often worked for SPP who made a point of saying to me, the OPPD people that you're bringing to the table are fantastic, doing exceptional work. They're leading work groups. Like it was so exceptionally cool to hear them talking about how we're showing up in that space and leading things and doing a really fantastic job. So like to your point, like this is kind of where it sort of manifests itself in terms of the benefits as well. It was a really good experience and great comments.
Maybe just one last comment. Colton Kennedy's been spending a ton of time recently on resource advocacy and virtually I won't say single-handedly, but he's putting a lot of effort and very effective with the SPP group. Yep. Next slide, please.
Can I just ask one last question about that? These lines, are they based on current congestion where capacity is needed, or do they reflect projects that are in the queue or both?
Yeah, and Dan would probably know most on that. So it's really looking at not only those in the queue, but anticipated generation in general and helping alleviate. So when they, in a model, when they drop that generation in, there's a bunch of congestion across this corridor, across the seam between SPP and MISO. And by adding this portfolio, it unleashes 28.6 gigawatts of generation capacity in this general area.
It's very important. Sorry, we have a little bit of time just to add to the importance of these. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong. You're keeping me straight. The last week of August, we reported that it was a very hot week. That's when we had the heat dome effect over the majority of the United States. SPP and MISO and PJM were facing a lot of challenges. We established peak loads. SPP established peak loads pretty much every day. And we talked a lot about the import capability between RTOs. We were importing power like we've never imported. The region, the SPP footprint, just like we have in the past exported. And the only way we have to do that is through these seams, these bottlenecks that exist between the RTOs. My understanding is that there were several times during that week when load in the SPP footprint was much greater than the available resources we had. So going into the into the week, we had 21% of margin, 20% of margin. There were times during that week that our own margin was in the negatives. we had less generation than we had load, and what held us together was imports from MISO. Again, and the nice thing here is that we are a few time zones away, or at least a couple of time zones, one time zone away, and so as their load peaked earlier in the day, they were able to release more resources and come back here. We had a lot of wind blowing in that region. We were able to import it. I don't think this is going to get any easier. And going back to the resource adequacy plan reserve margin conversations we've been having, the need for seams transmission infrastructure is only going to increase, in my personal view. This is a fantastic example of us being proactive, working with MISO. I can tell you, 2 weeks ago, I participated in a Markets Plus meeting with SPP and a few utilities on the West who are contemplating joining the markets with SPP, and seams, transmission seams came as one of the most important topics. How do we interconnect the different regions in the United States to help us transform our electric grid, right? Bringing those precious hydro resources from the Pacific Northwest and the solar we have in the Southwest with the wind we provide in the Midwest. Well, there's only one way to bring those together, and that's through transmission infrastructure. So I'm really excited about this. As much as I've worried about it, I'm also very excited. Brad, did I miss anything?
That's a great summary. Nope.
And our operations team is super excited because they're trying to manage these power pools. There are many times that we don't think about it when we flip the switch, but they're thinking about it daily and they're nervous about being able to manage some of the flows in the current states. This is something that we're definitely looking into figuring out.
My understanding is during Uri, SPP was importing 6 gigawatts. And I think MISO had even more generation to provide to SPP, but the transmission system was constraining that.
Okay, sorry, before you go to the next slide, could you talk a little bit about how, so that 90%, so that will eventually go to the generators. How does that calculation work? Because we're going to be adding generation, right? So in theory, we're adding generation, we could still be paying for this. This is just the backstop that you're describing, right?
Yeah.
Could you kind of summarize that process?
Let's open an Excel spreadsheet. So how that works, there's an intended rate. And so the volume of generation that they anticipate coming, it goes back to that unlocking.
Yeah.
Director Merlehoff's question, it unlocks 28 gigawatts of generation. So the cost, 90% of those costs is intended to be allocated to that generation. And so basically pay a rate to interconnect, and you're spot on. When we add generation, especially in this area that will trigger that JTIQ rate, we will pay a portion of that rate accordingly.
Okay. I think I really appreciate the question. Just as a general matter, we're going to touch this once and then it may be done by the time we bring it back. There's a abnormally large amount of uncertainty here. So the timing of funds when transmission owners, this is how FERC and SPP look at this, when transmission owners would build the infrastructure, when does the DOE grant get distributed? How? When does generators hook up? When do they start paying transmission owners? And then, as you noted, the backstop of, well, how long do we have to wait for all that to fail before the backstop kicks in? And so we're talking about the highest level of all of these things. It's very difficult to have this conversation, but I just want to illuminate the uncertainty. Javier made a great point this morning on timing. Timing matters in the electric system. I just wanted to make sure that's clear to folks.
We'll jump to the next slide, and it's just kind of some of the process elements. So really these top 2 boxes are kind of been checked, so to speak, especially with the meeting last week, and now the policies. SPP needs to, the policies need to get more formally approved by the Regional State Committee, which is the state commissioners themselves. But in the meantime, SPP will be working on tariff language to effectuate, in essence, what has been approved by COG. So then MOPSI is the policy committee at SPP. RSC Regional State Committee, again, the state commissioners. So once that's approved, then the SPP board can file these projects with FERC.
So you've outlined steps here. Can you put timelines on those? You said top two are functionally near completed, but from there forward, I mean, are we talking days, weeks, months, years?
Yeah, great question. This is maybe a little quicker than what I would anticipate because of all the history and how much has gone into this already over the past couple of years. The SPP board and the state commissioners will meet in early February. And when they meet, the intent is to approve these elements and then get things filed with FERC. So, February, if you will, next year to get these filed with FERC subject to their approval. And that can be, subject to disputes and things like that. But that is even less definite in that regard, but it's for maybe 3 to 6 months subject to disputes.
Dr. Williams, I agree with Joe. I'd probably draw your mind to when will we have GIA studies complete? There's so many dependencies, there's so many people involved, it can be very difficult. So I want to analogize that a little bit.
This piece is, it's a tariff change. So I think that's important. Assuming the RSC approves and the board, the SPP board members approve, this gets filed at FERC, which means it can be challenged. There could be interventions and or tariff, and that may take months or may take a year or so to work itself out. It may go straight, and if that's the case, then the next steps is eventually SPP uses that tariff that's been validated by FERC to issue the notice to construct. I don't expect us to begin construction of these until a couple of years, the earliest. Joe, correct?
Yeah, I think that is generally the anticipation subject to those ambiguous steps, but yeah.
So then it would be included in a portion of our 5-year financial future projection, but not included. This would not have influence over the COP that we're discussing right now.
Very good.
The anticipated online date of all of these, again, there's lots of, elements there, but 2030, 2032 timeframe to have everything in existence and online.
Okay. Only 9 years, which in the utility industry is a very short time.
Thanks, Joe. Much appreciated. Okay, we're going to go on to the next agenda item, advanced metering program update. So as is consistent, we're getting frequent updates when key milestones are achieved with some of these big projects, and this is one of them.
Welcome Aaron Smith, our Director of Distributed Device Strategy. We're trying to get in front of the board on approximately a quarterly basis to keep you connected with our progress and let you know where we're going in the future. So I'll turn it over to Aaron.
All right, thank you, Brad, and good afternoon, everyone. Exciting to share some exciting news, especially in regards to meters. But as you know, this program is about a lot more than just the meters themselves. So I'll provide a little bit of a quick recap for everyone, especially those that may be joining virtually and maybe haven't seen some of this before. But really, our AMI program, as you'll recall, is one of our core +4 enterprise level priorities. This really falls into our two-way communication and engagement priority. And in order to really fully leverage the capability of AMI, we're making significant technology investments to make all that possible. The AMI meters will provide us with a lot of information, a lot of new data. We'll know when the meters have power or not. We'll know when customers are out. We'll have a voltage profile. We'll be able to detect little anomalies on the system that we're maybe not able to detect today. So in order to really make sense of all that data and truly turn it into useful information, we have to implement this entire ecosystem of technologies. And these are big. These are 6 kind of boulder size in terms of kind of our corporate sizing of projects that we have, but all are really critical in making everything work together. Next slide, please. So over the past 12 months, we've done a lot of work kind of behind the scenes to really set the program up for success. I really call these kind of the foundational components, just as our Our electric infrastructure is really our foundation for providing reliable power to our customers. We set up a lot of those foundational type components here. One of the key first steps that we did was set up our governance, and this might sound a bit mundane to some, maybe not to a board of directors, but in general, that you might think, okay, governance is great, but really with a program of this size, it's really critical that we stay aligned as we're executing across all of the 6 projects. So we've set up our executive council made up of the executive level sponsors for all the technology systems we're implementing. We have our steering committee made up of the director level business owners across this ecosystem as well. And so really having that group really engaged as a leadership team, and you'll kind of see why that even is important as we kind of step through this, but super important. One of the really exciting things that we're able to do is come up with our organizational design and our hiring of key roles. When I stepped into my new role about a year ago, it was just me, but I was able to hit the transfer portal hard and now have 10 new folks on my accelerator. If you add me, we've got our starting 11. We're still playing both ways, but we've got a great team. We've also built out 9 additional roles that are dedicated to the AMI program that are embedded in the business unit. We have several in utility ops, several in customer service, and we have some folks in our financial services area as well. So really excited about that. And in addition to those roles that we've created that are kind of 100% dedicated, we've had hundreds of other of my colleagues at OPPD involved in this process throughout the way of making these technology decisions, of understanding how our processes work, and are going to be engaged in lots of workshops. We've had folks from the front line in the field involved in making selections and understanding how this is going to look, on their mobile devices. So lots and lots of folks involved. We've also, this is huge. So we've also engaged some industry experts. We have PwC on board as our system integrator. They're doing kind of the technical work of kind of stitching together all these systems to make it work together in unison. And we also have Deloitte on board as our business integrator. So they're helping us with things like organizational change management, business process design, and also providing project and program management support through their PMO. We've also selected, 5 of our 6 major platforms. The one left to go is our customer platform. And we anticipate having that selected either by the end of this year or very early in next year. So we're getting really close on selecting our vendor partners. And then kind of the last thing calling out here is we've gotten to the point of the program where we have an integrated program schedule, kind of a version 1. And this is a living document. This is a living schedule that will be, as we gain more information, we'll be making adjustments to. But that's a really key piece. And I'll be planning to share some more with you in kind of our next quarterly update on that as well. If you go to the next slide, please. So with an effort of this size, we know there's risks. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I think it's super important that we really emphasize this. Certainly with anything this size, right? The schedule, the costs, our global supply chain, technology adoption. And this is why we really took those steps to set up the foundation that I showed on the previous slide. This is why that governance piece is so important. We've got a lot of players, a lot of vendors, a lot of partners. And so it takes really strong program leadership, executive leadership support to really kind of keep the herd together and move forward together as a group. In addition to governance, we've made our, hiring the dedicated resources, engaging the industry experts to help our team. And, ensuring all of our data, and I mentioned kind of some examples of some of the data that we'll get, and making sure that we're protecting that is absolutely paramount as we move forward. And so then the final thing too, to date, we've kind of done some analysis, and we know that there's over 200 different business processes that will be impacted. So ones that we either have to redesign or maybe design from scratch in some cases if it's doing something completely different or something we don't do today. So that's a lot of work, and that's why we've been involved. We've created some dedicated change management roles on my team and also embedded in the organization, and we brought in our partners to help us with that effort. Next slide, please. So this is the really exciting one. So just last week we finalized our master agreement with Landis+Gyr to provide our meters, our meter data management, as well as the field area network. So I'll highlight a couple of things with the contract. So this shows a 5-year view of the contract. So this is kind of both our soft launch as well as through our full implementation, what that financial picture looks like. You'll see the second column there in orange. For the meters themselves, this is both to purchase and install the meters. It's about 71 million, and that's a very significant amount of money, no doubt. When we take a look at kind of an average per cost meter across about 400,000 meters, it comes down to about $180 per meter. So a fairly reasonable cost, but when you add up the number we have, it sums up to a very big number. In the third column there in gray is our meter data management costs. So there's some initial costs up front to set that up. This is where all the data from the meters will go in so that we can then create the bills based on our rate schedules and make sure that the bills are accurate. So this is a super critical system. It also provides in here the cost of kind of the ongoing software as a service fees. So we're using the cloud to stay up on the latest and greatest, and so that does have some ongoing fees associated with that. And then the final column is for the deployment of our field area network. This is the communication collectors and routers that will talk back and forth with the meters and provide that data back to OPPD. So there's some higher initial costs, and then as well, you'll see the ongoing costs for that software as a service for that AMI head-in. Total value is estimated at about just short of 93 million. So this is a big effort, and it's kind of what we've kind of indicated all along, that this meter portion may be 100 million kind of ballpark. So pleased with the support we've had in the organization, our supply chain group and others that have helped us negotiate this down a bit to get to what we feel is a significant investment, but I think we're really the best available prices we can get on behalf of all of our customer owners for this big significant effort.
Hey, Aaron, just to mention too, our current meters are nearing their end of life. And so the timing of this matches up really well with something that we're gonna have to do anyway.
Yep, absolutely. A great point, Charlie. Yeah, we put in our original AMRs kind of starting in 2005, 2006. So those are coming up on the end of their 20-year life. And as we think about this full deployment kind of going into 27, possibly into 28, it's right around that 20-year, a little over 20-year lifetime for those.
On that note, who bears the cost of the individual meters? Is it OPPD, or do we pass that on to our customers?
It's OPPD. So this is all included kind of in our operating plan that you saw a piece of earlier today.
So inadvertently with
Right.
rates, they are paying for it, but
Yep.
where they're not getting $180 bill
Correct.
from us
Absolutely
to buy
correct.
a meter.
Right. I think going back to the question Director Williams mentioned earlier, how do we allocate those costs? Well, in this case, you have residential customers who these would be deployed to. That is part of that. Now, the beauty of this is that through accounting, it's not all allocated in 1 year. It's spread out, and we depreciate the value of those assets, and that's included in the cost recovery.
This is just residential? We're not using?
No, this is the cost for all meters. This is for all 400,000.
And
Mostly.
what's the plan? This is probably for Jeff. What's the plan to change our rate structure for time of use then to utilize these AMI? If we're rolling them out in 2025, 26, pretty substantially, when will the rate structure catch up?
So in terms of the timeline we put out there, and the ability to have time of use in place, of what you've taken up already 27.
Okay.
We have meters in place, plus the rates ready to go.
Most of the meters will be in place in 2027.
But that means that there could be rate actions taken earlier in 2025, acknowledging that it takes time for all the meters to roll out. But we have full adoption 2027.
So would it be possible for people to something like opt in to a new rate based on hardware?
Readiness.
I mean, people who might be on the advanced edge of, solar, EVs, heat pump, water heaters, that kind of stuff, and say, yes, I would rather opt my way into a new rate structure. Can you bring me an AMI meter before general rollout, where some people might say, give me whenever, I'm not changing anything.
Maybe a quick comment if I may. Um, and I'm gonna go big and then come down. I will answer your question. So Aaron talked about the customer platform and the decision-making that's got to occur in that space. And so what we're trying to do is over a number of years, get clarity, the products we're going to be using, the options around functionality that are going to be made available to us. And then we want to deploy that in a way that doesn't surprise and shock customers. We want to deploy it with as much unity with customers as possible. Where my head and heart went when you asked the question, Director Williams, is we will probably have some folks that are very interested in participating in the pilots that are prosumers that will be able to give us very good feedback on how some of these interactions are going, whether it's receiving a bill or the information that's available to them. And Tim and his customer experience and product services group will be right in the middle of that conversation. But all of that's kind of got to unfold before we can really, I think, roll out, Jeff's piece of the solution. That makes sense.
One of the things maybe I'll add to is that we're doing kind of during the soft launch of the first 10,000 is we're pretty close on kind of finalizing the areas that we're going to deploy. It's not quite ready for prime time yet, so I'll share that with you next time. But some of the criteria that we're looking at is areas with high electric vehicle penetration, high customer owned generation with solar, looking at areas that may be difficult to communicate to, some of our downtown areas where the meters are down in the basement somewhere, so we can test the communication technology. So we have a whole bunch of criteria that we've laid out to kind of test and be able to really get experience and then really get good data. What do EV customers look like? What kind of information? Those that have customer solar, what do those look like? To help inform some new data for as we're creating these programs.
So from the schedule and from the presentation in August, I had some questions about, is there anything we can do to advance this? What's the critical path on getting to the deployment here? Is it staff availability? Is it financing through the COP? Is it rollout of other platforms?
I would just offer a sentiment on, I feel like Javier, the board has given people, we've given money, we've given capital approval. We've built a framework. If you go back to a couple of slides, you don't have to do that this lane. We've got now a runway that we're going to take off on. And I think when you ask me, how do we go faster? It's generally the comment I hear. We need safe and predictable project execution. And I think what we've done the last year or two is going to pay off in its space.
I think back to what you were saying, it's the framework, it's the environment under which these meters will operate. It's the data governance piece that Kate mentioned earlier on the SD12 monitoring report. We've heard many horror stories of utilities who move too fast, only to realize that their investment was not optimized towards the end. So this is one where I've asked a similar question. Is it a question of money? And of course, money comes in. It's very important, as you can see here on the slide. It's about time. It's about change management. It's about changing all of our processes. How do we collect data? Who's going to work with that data? The work we're doing with our master facilities plan. How are our dispatch groups going to work with that data? So it takes time. I would say we're moving it as fast as we can with quality in mind. Making sure that all the teams understand what we're doing, what the right hand and the left hand are doing, so that when we have all of these meters deployed, our customers can have a positive experience. We don't want to rush and then have a negative experience that would only push us back even further.
I think that this kind of a phased rollout is prudent because we're going to have some resistance in the community from some segments, and having this kind of phased rollout sets up reasonable expectations of how we can cover the district with this technology, because there's going to be some hurdles we'll have to jump over, I think, to get those last 2028 customers bring in the 2027 estimates on the technology.
It also helps with the back end. You're replacing, they're not all being replaced at one time. You've got a phase to take.
So on the financial piece of looking at on screen, earlier we talked about grants. I saw something called GRIP, Smart Grid Grant, something like $50 million. Any connection between what we're seeing on screen now and the potential for funding in that area?
Yes, absolutely. That's kind of the other exciting news. I know Chris hit on that a bit this morning, but yes, we're really, this has a great opportunity to really line up some timing on this, especially as when we talk about kind of getting into full rollout. The grants can be a little bit tricky and typically don't fund something that's already in progress. So another advantage of kind of breaking this up, we kind of got our soft launch pilot in 25 with 10,000 customers, and then in 26 we're going to full rollout, so we can really kind of call that and frame that kind of a new part of the program where we're going full rollout. It'll also maybe provide funding for things like a full advanced distribution management system, the DERMS for DER type management, distribution automation, other grid monitoring. So this really opens up a really awesome opportunity of kind of the things that are beyond kind of our initial MVP that we're focused on, and kind of the more advanced functionality is kind of our intent of the items that we plan to target with that grant application.
And I'm sorry, can you remind us of the funding source and the timeline on that to know when that?
It's from the DOE grants, Department of Energy. And so we've seen, this is round 2 of it. We saw round 1 last year, and typically the ones that were approved are ones where it's kind of a 50% cost share. But depending on the size of utilities, there's some utilities that our size that were able to get 40 or 50 million. Some really large investor owns got upwards of 100 million. It kind of depends on a little bit on size and what you're proposing, but this is a really, really cool opportunity for us to be a part of that.
Maybe for those listening, I think you need that. For those listening, it's the GRIP award, the second round of GRIP. I just didn't hear the.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the last slide was questions. I feel like we hit those, so let's move on to the next agenda item.
All right, we have Mr. Euling coming up, our Senior Director of Information, to give us an update. His team continues to perform exceptionally well, keeping the schedule pretty much on track, as well as finances. I think roughly we're around 69% complete. So we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yes. Kind of over your thing.
Thanks, Troy. Tim Ewing, Senior Director of Fort Calhoun Decommissioning. We can go to the next slide, please. We'll just talk through that data sheet as we go through the pictures. So as we've been talking about for all of 2023, reactor vessel segmentation, we're going to talk about it again in at least one more meeting. But we are making good progress. To kind of walk through the pictures that you see on the screen, I'll start with the vessel is in that picture on the left, underneath and behind everything else. The arrow's kind of pointing to one of the nozzles off of the vessel. The unit on top provides support for the vessel. It provides shielding. It has a ventilation system incorporated into it. And the orange item is a gripper that's used to move some of the plates on that support system. It's used to move the torch, and it's used to move some of the smaller pieces. And the real little box that says torch is what you see in the middle picture, which that's the torch that's making all of these cuts. And you can see its work on the left. Those are L cuts that go down from the top of the vessel to whatever length we want to cut it to. Then the horizontal cut goes across. So we do a series of L's all around the circumference of the vessel. There's just a small piece that's left between the two horizontal cuts until we're ready to remove that piece, which makes us ready to change the slide. When you bank that last cut, then the piece comes free. So the top row, which is what you're seeing here, those pieces are much bigger than the rest of them. That piece there weighs in the neighborhood of 40,000 pounds. The shipping container that it's going into in the middle picture weighs about the same amount. So it's a very robust shipping container. All of that work is done inside of containment. Once that container is all buttoned up, then it's moved on into the tent that we've put up outside of containment. Move from a vertical position to a horizontal position. So from a rigging standpoint, it's quite the effort to make that happen safely each and every time. And then the trailer backs into the tent and it gets loaded up and then taken for disposal in Utah. So we've done a lot of reactor vessel segmentation. It's about 70% complete with the actual cuts. We would expect that by the end of November, all of those cuts will be complete and all the material disposed of by the end of this year. And that's taken a lot of the focus of this year, but we have been doing other things as well. So if we could go to the next slide. Certainly, we list some things on the right there that we've worked on this year, but the visual really tells the story. That's just from a couple of weeks ago, and that's giving you a really current picture of what the site looks like right now. You can see that containment's still standing there in the middle, and we'll talk more about that in the next slide. But basically, every building around it is now completely deconstructed down to the ground. We're still doing some work in basements, and some of them still doing some backfill. But all the buildings that were associated with the power block are now gone. And then there's some outside the deconstruction area, basically wherever you see a flat piece of dirt, that's where a building was that's now been removed and that footprint filled in.
The original administrative building.
What's that?
The original administrative building.
Yes, it's gone. It's up there by where the parking lot is. That nice big flat piece of ground is all that remains. And even the intake structure, which is the square building right next to the river here over in the lower left corner. In the last few weeks since that picture was taken, we've made a lot of progress on that as well. So we expect that to be done by the end of this year as well. So lots of progress being made at Fort Calhoun over the last couple of years. And the next slide, please. I mentioned containment's the only building that's left. That's where the main focus will be for the next 2 years. We're going to spend all of next year removing items from inside of containment. So almost everything that was in containment when it was operating, except the vessel, is still there today. So all that equipment has to come out, but then there's a lot of structure inside as well. Concrete walls, concrete floors, supports, all of that gets removed, and that will take all of next year and into early 2025. Once everything is removed from the inside of containment, then we'll take the containment shell itself down, and that will be mid-2025 when we start working on that. That takes us into 2026 when we would expect to ship off the last of the radiological materials we have on site. And then that gets us to the milestone that we've been talking about for third quarter of 2026 of substantial completion. When all of the physical work is done, it gets us to the point where we can submit to have our license terminated to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And one of the things I've listed there but haven't talked about yet is surveys. I've got surveys in 2024, 2025, 2026. We are constantly doing radiological surveys to ensure that the work we're doing is safe for our workers, for the environment, for our neighbors. And at the end of the project, not only do we do our surveys, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission will do their own independent surveys to make sure that that site can be released for whatever use it's determined to be. That's the end of my report. Any questions?
Is that full containment shell considered radiological material?
Even though most of it is not radiological material, we're going to make the conservative choice and dispose of it as such.
There was a lot of discussions around that, the team working through that decision, but I think it's the right decision because it takes the risk away to make sure that nothing escapes of it.
Thank you. I hope so. Oh, dang, I almost got away.
Sorry, by 26, you said substantially complete and termination of the license agreement, but the interconnection equipment to the grid at that location is still in place and would be evaluated for potential future use. Is that correct?
Yeah, the switch yard that's on site will stay in place. We don't do anything with it other than verify there's no radiological contamination that's entered into that area.
So license termination is specific to the nuclear operations, but not electric generation operations. Those are separate things through SPP.
The substation stays there. I think you're talking about the interconnect, right?
That one is, we lost that one. We
did.
Decommissioned.
You have to have something in place, I think, within 3 years or something.
Right. But the
thanks, the matter.
Infrastructure is there. I was gonna say this just for reflection, and Tim, thank you so much for the work that you and the team continue to do. I'm again impressed with the work that happens at the site. The last time I was there, the site looked very different, and it wasn't that long ago. So it's just changing by the day. Just a reflection I have, if in the modern era of OPPD, I would say from the 1950s on to date, we inherited a lot of generation stations back when we went from the Nebraska Power Company to become OPPD in 1946. We've built 3 baseload generation stations. The early 50s, we began construction of North Omaha Station. These began construction in the 60s. It became operational in 1973, 50 years ago. And then shortly thereafter, we built Nebraska City with the first unit, Nebraska City 1. It's really interesting that out of those 3 baseload generation stations in 2026, we will, if the progress continues to be like, we will close 1 chapter of OPPD's history with Fort Calhoun Nuclear Station, and we will also close a chapter of 3 units at North Omaha Station, all in the same year, about 60 to 70 years later. At that, and this may be obvious to many of you, but I like to think about it in decades, and the consequential work that is happening in this decade under our supervision, under our leadership, is humbling to see what we're doing, how we're modernizing the fleet. I can't help but look around when we see the pictures of the site, and I see a lot of emotion in the faces of people, because I never had the chance to see that station running. I moved to Nebraska in 2017. It was already off. But I see a lot of people who get very emotional because you saw that station running, and see it almost to the point of completion it's bittersweet, right? But also brings a lot of pride and excitement about the future, about all the work that we're having done in the district, the 3,200 megawatts of new generation we're building, without forgetting the amount of work that has to happen for us to safely decommission existing plants that have given so much to our region. So sorry for the long description here, but I want to acknowledge that, and Tim, the work that you and the team have done at Fort Calhoun Station it's nothing short of just amazing. I just reviewed this morning a report that we got from our Decommissioning Oversight Committee, saying that we've completed almost 70% of the project. There's still 30% left, and it's these last years.
Containment.
It's all in containment, and the message that I got from that report was, don't let complacency and the excitement of completion let you lose focus. Right, this is when bad things could happen. So we're in crunch time here, and we'll see this project completed in 2026.
Thank you, Javier. Yeah. Good work, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
we are on to SD4 revision. So quick background before I kick it over to you, Troy. I think you had given the committee a hint that there might be some ideas for SD4 revisions maybe 6 months ago or so, which I really appreciated as the chair. So those were formally brought to the committee in October, I believe, for the first look at those. We had a great discussion, asked a lot of questions, had some discussions afterwards, came back to the committee for discussion in November, and really there wasn't a whole lot. It was just kind of creating space for us to say, is there anything that we've been thinking about, talking about, any additional questions that we have? Generally speaking, the committee said, nope, we're good. So upon completion of that meeting, I reached out to the other 4 members of the board and pointed to these resources and said, hey, just a heads up, this is what's coming. Our plan of attack today is for us to review the proposed revisions to SD4. And at the conclusion of this, we really have kind of one decision that we need to make, which is, are we as a board comfortable with the revisions going out for public comment? Is it time to let them loose? Or do they need to come back to the committee for further discussion, deliberation, refinement? So just a heads up that that's where we're going to conclude this discussion today, is with that decision point. Under the assumption that we're comfortable, then it would go out for public review and then back to the committee for any sort of look at any comments that we get, and then eventually at its soonest, we would approve these changes in December. Okay, that's the preamble. Now you're up.
Really nice summary.
Thank you.
The one piece I'll add to this is, Clint is our Director of Asset Management. Over the last few years, we've looked really hard at the way we manage assets. And as part of that, the way we measure performance is equally as important because it drives behavior. The team of individuals from across the organization spent some time thinking about where we're headed from an asset management standpoint, what good reliability looks like in those spaces, and spend some time benchmarking across the industry to come up with what you'll see. So not huge changes, but I'd say they're substantial in nature and probably a very good step forward. So I'll turn it over to you, Clint.
Thank you, Troy. Yeah, I had some comments similar to that around understanding what you expect out of your assets being kind of a key foundation for asset management. You can roll right over. Next slide, please, Aaron.
Guys, take a minute. It's not working.
Oh, okay. I would do a dance, but I'm a very poor dancer.
We'll have it on our screens.
Okay. Oh, there it is. All right, good. Thank you. At the outset, I'll talk a little bit about how we approach this. So we really went at this looking at the highest level, how do we measure our system reliability, understand, know that that's right for our context, both now and then going into the future. But we really wanted to look at all the elements of the system, study that, say what's right there, and bring it all together in something that really drives us to where we want to be going forward. So Troy hit it a little bit. There's been a lot of people, I would say there's been dozens of people that contributed to this in a really meaningful way. So it's the work of a lot coming up to this point. Next slide, please. Great, moving quick. Before I go into all the things that are changing, which it seems pretty minor, but I would argue here throughout this presentation that it's actually quite impactful. I'll start with the things that aren't changing. At the highest level, we have an overall measurement that says we want to have the energy supply to be able to meet our customer demands 100% of the time. That's not changing. We dove deep into the transmission metric. Also, recommended no change there. We think that's very solid. The biggest changes are happening on the generation side and the distribution generation, because that's where most of the context changes in our industry are happening. And then on the distribution side, because that's where our customers are actually experiencing our system. And for those changes, I'll dive in a little further, but one thing you will notice is that across all of them, we're recommending a change to 12-month performance measurement. So when we give our annual report outs, the data points you'll see will be 12-month period averages instead of 36 months. And the reason behind that is that's really a very standard way that you see it reported in the industry. And if it's high or low, we'd like to be able to speak to what drove that for that year and really understand it. So it brings more transparency. Next slide, please. All right, generation. This is really where I would say the most substantial change is happening in the proposal. For background, right now we're currently in SD4 measuring EAF, or equivalent availability factor, for our base load units. You wind this back to 2015 when that was originally ratified, you can think this is where context starts coming to life. We were just kind of getting new into the SPP integrated marketplace. We had more baseload generation units in our fleet, and we were using them differently. We really were relying on those units to be available for the marketplace, and that's what managed to keep the cost of energy fairly low. So that was the primary objective then. Move forward to today, what we're proposing is using equivalent forced outage rate for all of our own generation. So it brings in the baseload stations that several years ago may have been operated very intentionally and in a controlled manner, where we would kind of decide this is when we want to run it for a number of weeks in the summertime. The way we're operating now, we rely on those units. We call them balancing stations instead of peaking stations now for a reason. I think we're up to 800 starts so far this year. So they're getting started, sometimes multiple times a day. So the ability of your generation fleet
to be able to serve load when you expect it to serve load is really the key fact. So equivalent forced outage rate, what is it? It's really the probability that any part of your generation or your fleet is out of service due to unplanned outages when you expected it to operate. That's kind of a nod to this, to the context that's changing. It's also what SPP is eyeing in different ways as forced outages as a way to measure your unit reliability and really take credit for that, measure how you accredit your units for capacity. And I guess the other piece to this is by focusing on that forced outage rate, really having the units available when you need them. The other side of that is EAF looks at all kinds of outages. So planned maintenance outages to make investments and maintain your units. Those also count against the metric. This changes us to a position where we're really doing the things we should be doing when the timing is right, so we can set it up to be available when we need them. Last thing I want to point out on this slide, we're targeting mid-second quartile, and that's maybe a little awkward. I would say most of our metrics, if you look at them, it's, you know, how far above the regional average or first quartile performance is pretty standard. With the generation metric, we're proposing mid-second quartile because it's different. It really takes into account, one, we're looking at a fleet. So our whole fleet of units and how it compares to the rest of the units available in the United States. That's how the metrics are available. We're not comparing our fleet to somebody else's fleet or all the other utilities. We're comparing our fleet to a mix of all generation, basically within the main. The other part is it's the way the system's designed. If you think about the way a customer is served through the distribution system, you're on a circuit. Those circuits are designed and configured so they can have multiple feeds from different substations through switching. The substations have multiple feeds through the transmission system. We maintain redundancy and margin in that transmission system all the time. And that connects them to generation where you have redundancy and, you know, I'd say a wide portfolio and variation that really ensures there's a lot of build out. Really billions of dollars have been invested over the years to make that system and the experience for the customer be very high relative to what the experience would be if it was just one customer per one generation. You can imagine if you didn't have all that infrastructure in place, it'd be a very different world. So we want to be better than average, right? We're targeting better than average, but we feel this strikes the right balance between aggressive performance and also making sure that we're setting ourselves up and having enough resources free to continue with all the initiatives to transform the system.
And again, this particular metric aligns really well with where SPP is headed from an accreditation standpoint. So we're measuring something very similar to what they'll be measuring for accreditation purposes for the assets.
Yeah, I might have went through that very quickly, but yes, it's forced outages. So the unit being there when you expect it to be there is really becoming a critical factor. This is probably where the context really comes to life most. Is because of the ways the industry, the SPP marketplace, and really even OPPD's footprint. Next slide.
And before I move on, can I ask a question? I see here that you're planning to measure performance of owned generation.
Correct.
So I assume then PPAs are excluded from this?
Existing PPAs, I'm going to go into this just a little bit, but our existing PPAs don't have the contract language and obligations to really allow us to dive into the reliability measures there. I will say going forward, we're working to build that in. So we may come back with a revision where you want to incorporate that or not. I don't have that answer yet today, but what we do have within our control, we definitely.
So help me understand the contract limitations. Is it that we don't have line of sight or we don't have mechanisms to force them to achieve certain metrics?
I'll go with a little bit of both. Right now, we will get a daily dispatch schedule, right? So we understand how much they expect to generate or our PPA partners expect to generate the next day, and we can measure how well that was met. But what's happening behind the scenes, right? Which generators might be in outage, what's happening there. We don't have the transparency as to what's driving that capacity. And we don't have the mechanisms to obligate it either.
Yeah.
Well, and the issue is we don't have a recourse. If they don't meet that, what do we do? I think this is where Troy's comment was very important. SPP's board of directors and members committee made a very significant move last meeting, 2 weeks ago, towards performance-based accreditation. So as long as our PPA partners are within the SPP, they too will have an additional incentive to have their units show up when we need them to show up based on performance, not just based on technology, but how well are you keeping that asset maintained and available. And so that I think that helps us tremendously, because if our current PPA language doesn't have that clause, you know that we are all playing in the same market and they will have that additional incentive. But to Clint's point, the PPAs that we currently have, we will have limited ability to make them do anything different.
There's some
This is not-
modifications we will have to make to language for this all to align correctly. The other piece you haven't mentioned is units that are not considered dispatchable historically have not had requirements to record the same way that more traditional units have. So like if you were to go back and try to benchmark a wind facility, it's harder to get the information on performance of these wind facilities because there has to be the same kind of focus on what they call GAC. That will change over time. It'll get better. We've talked about this internally. Like as soon as we have the ability to add those, because I think it's important if we're contracting integration that both internally and the board sees like what does all that look like, right? What, how well is it performing? Because right now you hear a lot about our units, but you don't necessarily hear what's going on with stuff because we have the same type of.
Just wondering for like the purpose of what it's trying to accomplish here, like if those should still be included from just maybe there's no mechanism to enforce or change the way a PPA is being operated. But I think it would help inform how reliable is the grid when we include that. And then perhaps inform us of whether we want PPAs in the future. Because I feel like we don't have plain science of that information now. So I'm trying to understand fully, like, why would we exclude it from the SD, even if we don't have perfect information? Is it still information that could have value? And there might be a footnote, right? Like.
So if we were to play this, I like where you're going, because ultimately, if we see, hypothetically, if you see a degradation of E4 or performance-based accreditation of our PPAs, if we start to see that constantly, then that's a red flag for us to say, we will have to do something to address that, whether it's in the contract or whether it's us getting additional resources, but all of a sudden you will have a much better look at the entire portfolio that you're counting on to accredit generation with.
So again, for clarity, right now, we don't have it.
Right now, you don't have any data.
The data, right.
Very, very little. Very little. We don't have any from our PPA off-takers. And then when we go to look at the broader market, like what you mentioned for all the other generation, very limited data in the NERC reporting space on wind, solar, battery.
No.
That will change over time. It'll get better. We don't have it right now. So even if we wanted to over the next 12 months to try to provide you with something, we would not have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I feel like we had this conversation in committee and this is kind of where
Yeah,
it's
I
stuck.
missed
Okay. So to me, I think my perception is that we can get good data on and from a reporting standpoint, it could just be like any other SD where we're kind of looking for, as that becomes available, then it starts getting incorporated into the data that we have. Then eventually, once it's more concrete and usable, then it becomes part of the metric.
Okay.
We still, there's not enough there for us to have anything usable.
Sure. So for the next couple of years on monitor report, it'll be a footnote saying this data is not information available. And then as it I don't want to lose sight of this conversation and maybe some of the reasons why. I'd rather us annually be reminded, oh yeah, by the way, we don't have this information, so it can't be included yet. It'll be the trigger to start including it going forward when it does become available.
Yeah. I think we'll have to think about what the right mechanism is to do that. And I don't think, and this is maybe I'm stepping out over my skis here, but I wouldn't recommend we pull it for all owned and purchase generation and like do that. I would say let's stay focused on the owned. And then I think there's like, we note that in reporting, this is gonna get pulled in. There's a gap in our policies there, I think, where we kind of talk often about, I'd really like to see this in the monitoring report, but it's not sort of articulated anywhere.
If I may, maybe drawing an analogy here with SD3. Whereas we talk about 2 times the service coverage, and we calculate that based on the assets we own. For years, rating agencies have been asking, hey, yeah, we understand what utilities own, but we also understand that there has been an increase of PPAs. And, you know, for all purposes, for 20 years, that becomes a fixed charge for the utility. Now, you don't reflect it in your assets, it's not part of your utility plan, but at the end of the day, it's a fixed charge that you're paying as if it was debt service, you're paying it instead to a developer. So what we do currently is we really haven't made any changes there. We're showing still our 2 times the service coverage, and we also show what our fixed charge ratio is, and we're reporting that. We report that to rating agencies. I see that a little bit of a parallel here to say we have a lot more control and a lot more information on the assets we own. We can start doing that, and also say, hey, we would like to start tracking these additional data. We acknowledge we have less control over, whenever we have the data, we will have less control over those assets, but they look and smell and act a lot like our own assets. So how do we still bring that into the fold?
So just for clarity, the contracts, there is incentive for them to produce. They don't get paid if they don't produce. So like clearly there's an incentive there. It's really about the reporting piece. And you know, Brad just reminded me, there's an incentive specifically for you solar. You know, during peak periods, that's when you're expected to produce and some impacts to that. It's about the reporting piece. It's still,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
you have
the
to work.
rest of this, yeah.
For today.
Okay, I'll rest.
Yeah, but I don't know. How do your reports every month? Capacity factors
Yeah.
for wind and solar.
Yeah.
So how can we not translate that into this?
So
Is that two
jump in
different
there
things?
a little
Is
bit.
that
So
apples and
capacity is really kind of straightforward. It's a result of how much generation we took. Again, what's happening behind to drive that capacity factor to understand like forced outage rate, for example, that data is not.
Okay.
It's an after the fact. We know in aggregate how many megawatts all of our portfolio produced, but which units were out at what time, et cetera, that we don't have the visibility.
Which is different, like all of our assets, we can tell you every hour of the day that they weren't available, right? And that's the difference. We're gonna get there, right? We'll get there at some point in time. It's just gonna take us a little while. I think the team's focused on it, trying to figure out like, how do we continue down this path? We'll probably own some of it ourselves, which at that point, those would be much easier to track.
I had remembered a good versus perfect kind of tone to some of the conversations as well. As we wrestle with how best, not suggesting it should.
Keep going.
All right. All right, T&D, this one is a little more straightforward. Again, we're focusing on the distribution system measurements. Right now, we're measuring SAIDI. That's kind of the gold standard, you know, the most widely reported and used measurement of performance our customers experience. So what's the average duration our customers are experiencing, duration outages customers are experiencing in minutes. We're proposing adding maybe another branch to that. So not just how long are the outages, but let's bring in the measurement of frequency. And again, because this is the customer experience, we are targeting first quartile performance for this measurement. Slide. Okay, so to summarize this all, I guess I would say I feel really confident that the changes we're proposing today really set us up with the best metrics that match up to the context we have right now. I would say the metrics and targets to the context we have right now. Going back to that conversation about what we can measure in PPAs, if you look back, when we started those contracts years ago, it was a nice addition to have that renewable resource on our system and bring that generation in. Now it's becoming part of the portfolio we count on. So I still see some growth there to be able to get to where you're going, but for where we are right now, it sets us up well and also gives us the targets to drive us for the next several years as we're working through resource adequacy and making sure we're balancing the investments in our existing assets, taking the maintenance outages we need to make them reliable for the times that they need to be reliable. On the other hand, on the distribution side, it really extends our focus on the customer experience and adds to it. And drives for our top quartile performance there to continue. One thing I didn't hit earlier in the presentation is right now E4 performance. We make this change, we're not going to be meeting that target as we've set it right now. So it is an aggressive target that's going to require some improvement, and it's probably going to take a couple of years to get there.
It's gonna take more than a couple.
Sorry.
It's gonna take 5 to 10 years to get there. I mean, we've got a gap and there's some things we need to work on in that space. And Clint and his team are laying out what that's gonna look like so that we have proof. So I think that's really important. A lot of that's being driven by some extensive inspections and review of data and what's causing certain outages and things of that nature. And they're doing a fantastic job of that. It will take a while to lay all this out.
Yeah, it's a big ship to steer. Thank you, Troy. Thanks for the clarification there.
I don't want any expectations. It's all fixed in 2 years. So.
No, that. Try not to give it such rose-colored glasses.
We're not going far enough.
No.
That sounds far enough for the moment.
Okay. So that concludes my prepared comments. Open it up for additional questions.
Okay, any additional questions? Let's start there. Colleagues, any additional questions?
Yeah, kind of general and directionally, does this recognize value at the other end of the wire? A lot of our focus on reliability and resilience is based on large centralized generation, transmission, distribution to a customer, but there are other ways to achieve some of the outcomes. We measure from our side, but if they have resources on their end of the wire, they can achieve some of the same outcomes, but it's not really captured as far as I understand through a lot of this stuff. Does this support some of those distributed resources being part of our system, both in the event of an outage and a response and at other hours throughout the year? Does this move in that direction?
I would say on the distribution side, we get a little better and a little sharper on how we're measuring distribution system performance. But as far as counting on those resources as being part of our mix, it does not get us there.
So just for clarity though, there is a piece of that that goes into the planning model, right? So they're keeping track of what's being put onto the system. That goes into how many megawatts do we need to have of capacity on the side. So there's a clear connection there, but I think in a few years you'll have a little more clarity with AMI as to what's going on in each individual house. You don't see that right now, but this is really about the overall experience that our customers have.
I think from a myopic perspective, those times those customers are producing their own supply or avoiding consumption, it would be helpful. There's almost always periods of time where they're relying upon us. So I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, but I think the point you're making is fantastic. Say, you know, at the end of the day, if imagine a future where you have a lot of assets on the ground working for us from a reliability perspective, and you also have distributed generation, distributed resources, you have batteries on many, many homes, and to see, could that be included into the formula that will ultimately help reduce the duration and the frequency of outages? You know, the home may be without power, but the customer is not experiencing it. And I think that's where we're going eventually. I don't think we're ready for that now, but I really like where you're going, because at the end, that's a reliability from the customer's perspective. Can we provide that reliability on the other end?
Right. And I'm going to say this very carefully and with no expectations whatsoever, but Green Mountain Power, and maybe you already know where this is going. Green Mountain Power announced an intention to end outages by 2030, and a large portion of that is we're just going to put batteries everywhere. And I'm not suggesting that as a specific plan, but it does recognize another mechanism of coming from the other side of the grid back to, as Javier said, provide the desired outcome for the customer, but not from the generation and transmission side to them. And I do not believe that is a relevant example specifically to our case, but I do think that it points in a direction that these technologies are getting much better very quickly, and that in the near future, they will be able to do some of the work for us. How soon, how much, uncertain. I personally am in the process of attempting to add storage to my own home. Let me tell you, it's a rough ride in our market. You are not going to like what you find if you attempt to contact someone for that. But I do think that over the next couple of years, that's going to become an increasingly valuable asset to our customers. And how can we make that valuable asset to, Javier, what did I say? Not us and them. You used a different term earlier. The aggregate.
The aggregate customer versus a particular customer.
There you go. Yes. So valuable to the particular customer, but how can that also be valuable in the aggregate? I guess so. The general question is, does this point in that direction? And more specifically, this doesn't prevent any movement in that direction. It's really what I'm looking toward now. If we need to take more steps in a year or two, great. But this doesn't send any signals of we don't want that happening, right?
Right. At this point, I'm measuring distribution system performance at the circuit, at the substation level. Fast forward to when we have, AMI meters in the system, then we're measuring it at the customer level. And you might even be able to understand, when they're generating their own electricity and not experiencing an outage. I don't know how we want to curb that.
So I guess I wanted to say that I like the direction this is going. I appreciate staff's input on this, and the new metrics, I think, will be helpful to the board going forward, and just appreciate all the work that you did on this, because I know it's not, all this wordsmithing is not always easy. So thank you for that and for the direction that you're going, Craig, with this in your committee.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments, and or maybe I would ask any significant consternation that would send us back to committee for further deliberation?
Sorry, to be clear, I asked kind of a heady future question there, but no, I think this is also moving with that understanding. I think this is moving in a positive direction, and I look forward to additional recognition of that value at the other end of the wire for a potential future policy update. If we're not ready for it now, AMI would be a big step in that direction. So looking forward to that one.
Future work for the committee, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, and Directors Core and Kavanaugh were on the committee and we're comfortable, so I feel like we have what we need to. Let's send this to the public for comment, and then we'll see what they say and perhaps make a decision in December. So thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Appreciate all the work that went into that. I know that it was a bit. Moving on. Bye.
All right, we have 3 approval items. This one's probably the most interesting of the 3, where we have a partnership we're working to establish here. So we've talked about the growth, tremendous amount of growth that we see. And as we see that, there's a lot to execute over the course of the next 5 to 10 years. As we think about the supply chain challenges and some of the other risks of executing the projects we have in place, the team really got together and thought, what are some things we can do to start reducing some of that risk? And you heard earlier about the transmission build outs and things of that nature. And so the team came to this conclusion that, hey, we probably need to figure out a way to focus on reducing risk around steel structures. There's lots of competition for that out in the market. And so let's look for a way to have a partnership in that space. In addition to that, they've had a lot of conversations with these folks who manufacture the steel, and they're starting to move away a little bit from kind of the spot market that we've normally participated in to more of these longer term relationships. And this is what you're going to see with this particular item here. And to be clear, when I get through this, it is a reject and a ask for us to be able to negotiate directly. We'll talk through why that's important in this particular space. but it's something that, we think we can come to a really good outcome. We were happy with the bids that we received. We just have to work through some of the, inconsistencies in the way the bids were provided. So this partnership would provide production capacity and unified lead times for us over the next 5 years. So giving us a lot of flexibility in that space. And so we have really good purview into 2024, 2025. As we move through time, we'll have better purview into the outer years. But for the purpose of this bidding process, we assumed about 75 million pounds of steel associated, which sounds like a lot until you hear Tim talk about one piece of equipment at Fort Calhoun, which was half of that. So that was a good perspective for me to think about, because at first I said, well, that's a lot. In this particular case, 5 proposals were received, 4 were deemed legally responsive, and all 5 were deemed technically non-responsive. So what we've seen in this space is missing data, guarantees, and lots of exceptions. And so based upon this, you're looking for the ability to be able to get in, negotiate, work through some of these, and contract for them in a manner that's really good for our customer owners. So with that, asking the board to allow us to take those next steps, and we'll definitely open it up for any questions you might have now.
When you do, I'm sorry, Jason.
So you would go back to all 5? No.
Now, there's 2 in particular that we're fairly close on time frame and cost. Those would be the 2 that we would target the conversations on. There's one specifically that shows up really well in the bidding process, which is a local company. So good chance there'll be some pretty good dialogue with them.
Okay.
I would just say briefly, the connection that Troy and I have on the future infrastructure that needs to be built, whether it's the strategic partner or this strategic sourcing decision, like this makes a ton of sense from my perspective, because I probably have a unique vantage point to the volume of things. And I just appreciate being able to benefit from this, especially from the strategic partner perspective, but then also seeing us consider putting these things in place is just tremendous.
This is the first time we've done this with steel. We've actually performed something similar with transformers, large transformers in years past, if you remember some of those contracts. So it's not the first time we've done something like it. It's the first time we've done it with steel, because the commodity is definitely more difficult to get than to do. You probably saw with the bids, you had a lot of varying lead times by the bidders, which is something that we take into consideration with speed of which we're trying to execute some of the new generation and other customer expansions in here.
So after the negotiation, when will we find out about the results? Is that,
I can send something out to the director's update. Usually the way we would handle something like that.
sounds great. Thank you.
There won't be another vote on this.
No. I'm asking the board to give us the ability to go out and execute like we have on some of these.
Okay. Final questions on this one?
Here we go. Next one.
Let's go to the next. All right, Northwest Omaha Transmission Project we have in place. It's around Highway 133 in State. It's around 3 miles of new build. This particular contract is in actual construction, so labor. We've already brought to the board the actual material. Approved that, I think it was back in March, if I remember correctly. And so this is to actually construct it. And as a reminder, generally, unless it's smaller transmission, we tend not to construct that. We don't have the equipment, we don't have manpower. So when we go out to build 161, 345s, things like that, it takes a lot bigger equipment. We don't have the staff or necessarily the equipment to be able to do large expansions in that particular space. So we're looking to outsource that. And what the construction labor includes is things like foundations, structure erection, structure framing, things of that nature, installing conductors. So all the things that it takes to put transmission in place from a electrical standpoint. 7 proposals were received, which I was thrilled with. We love it when we have that many. 6 were legally responsive and 5 are technically responsive. This is probably one of the best outcomes I've seen recently. as we continue to see this kind of non-fixed pricing theme kind of slip into some of these contracts because folks have been dealing with the volatile commodity market and things of that nature. And so that to have 5 that ended up in the space was fantastic. Construction begins in December of 2023, expected to conclude in 2024. High Voltage Inc. was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid. We're familiar with them. We've used them before. We're out of Utah, solid company, and in line with the engineer's estimate. So we feel pretty good about that. So we're requesting the board to approve this contract so we can move forward and start building some transmission. With that, I'll open up questions.
Anything?
Do you have an AC/DC joke to go along with this recommendation, or you just imagine your own?
We're taking suggestions.
Yes, we'll think about that for
It's
Thursday.
late in the day. It's almost 4, Eric.
I'm not very funny. I have kind of a dry sense of humor, so I avoid jokes most of the time.
I think all of this means we're
People will
good.
not take them as they were meant.
No dad jokes here.
It wasn't a pirate. Okay.
All right, just move to the next one. This is another item where we have a project to negotiate request. This one's pretty simple. It's a rural substation control building that we're needing to replace. It was, I think, built in the 1950s. It's no longer in great shape. It's small enough that it doesn't allow us to do the security measures that we really need in these substations. And so we're looking to replace the control building for this particular substation that is near Brock. And so we received 3 proposals, 1 legally responsive and 0 technically. And basically what we saw is incomplete proposals and some of the delivery date challenges. Have this enclosure in place by November of 2024. So we're familiar with these organizations. We'd like to take the time to actually have some sit-down discussions, work out some of those details, and get a control building. You know, it's interesting. These were kind of the simple things that used to be really easy to get because there is so much focus on the electrical industry right now. Even simple things like a control building are becoming more difficult for you to just contract without having a sit-down discussion. That's what we're looking for here.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Colleagues, any questions? Hearing none, I think you're good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Troy. And that, I believe, yep, that concludes the System Management Nuclear Oversight Committee.
Great, thanks very much. We've got 2 items for other business today, confirmation of the board meeting agenda, which I think we'll have on the screen. Do any directors have anything from the consent items list that we'd like to move over to the discussion action item? We've got 2 monitoring reports, but other than that, didn't sound like there's any challenges on either. Good with both monitoring reports then? Sounds good. Then I guess, yeah, should be a relatively short agenda for Thursday. Glad to hear it. And then the next thing, the board work plan discussion. This has been ongoing with updates. Do any of the committees have any updates that they need to report on progress or any dates updated or anything that we need to adjust on our anticipated board work plan for strategic directives or other policy updates?
The governance committee spent quite a bit of time. Actually, if we can scroll forward 1 slide. So the items that are yellow highlighted now, we have, I would say, clarified a little bit more and have some target dates. So you'll see this next month. I don't think that there's anything that we actually need to discuss, just for awareness.
Okay. Any updates, Scott, by chance? You had a bunch of things on the list, but we're all good.
Yeah, Director Wagner covered.
You feel free to add.
Your name.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
The governance committee has spent an enormous amount of time walking through and ensuring that this is lean and very well aligned. In fact, future agendas will be supportive of carrying out that work in a very timely.
All right. With that, I guess that's the end of the agenda and we are adjourned. Thanks very much, everyone.